Earthsearch, a 10-part adventure serial in time and space by James Follet.
Fellow crewmen and women of the starship Challenger, I have insisted on calling everyone together because we have reached an important stage in the Challenger's Earthsearch mission. For 75 years, we have toured the galaxy at speeds approaching that of light in search of other Earths for colonization. When our parents set out on this mission, they hoped that they would discover one Earth-type planet for each 10 years ship time of the mission. That did not happen. Therefore, we, the Challenger's second-generation crew, have continued the work of our parents. And now, during the past 6 months, the first 4 babies of the third generation have been born to us. The parents of Telson, Sharna, Astra, and Darv have petitioned me, saying that they do not wish for their children to grow up as we have, without knowing about our home, Earth, never to breathe its air, walk under its blue skies, and feel its grass beneath their feet. Ladies and gentlemen, I agree with them. As commander of the Challenger, I have acceded to their petition. We have been denied our home, Earth. But I do not believe that we have the right to pass on that denial to a third generation. Nor do I believe that it is possible for the Challenger to improve on the success of its mission. Fellow crewmen, we will complete this exploration phase before turning onto a course for our own star cluster. Then we will go into suspended animation. The Starship Challenger is going home.
Why was it necessary for us to see that Angel too?
The 4 of you have reached the age of 25, Sharna. Angel 1 and I felt the time was right for you to see how your parents perished.
That was Commander Sinclair speaking?
Yes, Telson.
I always wondered what he looked like.
It was horrible. Horrible.
We are very sorry it happened, Astra.
Why did it happen? You're supposed to be the crew's guardian angels. Why did you let it happen?
The great meteoroid strike 25 years ago was an unavoidable disaster, Darv. The meteoroid shield on that part of the Challenger and the meteoroid warning system had been
switched off for routine maintenance by the service androids.
Darv! I'm sorry, Angels 1 and 2. Darv is as upset as we all are by that hologram recording.
We will make allowances on this occasion.
I still don't understand why you waited nearly 25 years to show us that hologram.
Angel 2 and I decided that at 25 you would be mature enough, understand enough, to decide your future in the light of what you have just seen.
He, Commander Sinclair, wanted everyone to go home.
That is correct.
Yet since we were 18, you've allowed us to continue the search of the galaxies for other Earths.
Yes.
Why?
Although we understand the workings of this starship, Commander Telson, we can only maintain its functions. We are not able to control it. When the great meteoroid strike occurred, the ship was traveling through space at speeds approaching that of light. You 4, the only survivors, were infants. Through the nursery androids and later through the use of the ship's library, it was possible to bring you up and to teach you all that your parents had learned.
Well, yes, but...
We finally taught you how to control the Challenger so that you could continue the search.
But why continue it?
25 years ago, we felt it right to continue the search. Now, We feel it right that you be allowed to decide your future.
You feel it right.
Darv!
Do not question the decisions of your angels, Darv.
Why shouldn't we? We control the ship. You're just a couple of disembodied voices.
Darv, apologize at once.
Is that all we are to you, Darv? Disembodied voices?
I apologize for him, Angel One. We're all unsettled. We need time to digest the information you've given us and to plan accordingly.
As always, Telson, the voice of reason. That is why Angel One and I chose you to command the Challenger.
I think it would be best to continue our routines. There are the signals from the probe we dispatched to the Ultron planetary system to be analyzed.
Yes, Telson, you're right. We must maintain our routine while we think about the future. Darv, Astra...
I'm going for a swim in the reservoir.
Oh... Go with him, Astra. We don't want him wandering off into forbidden areas of the ship.
When are we going to talk about the future? Are we going to go home?
We'll decide later. Sharna is right, Astra. Keep an eye on Darv. He's liable to do anything when he's in one of his moods.
But will we go home?
We'll take the advice of Angel 1 and 2, Astra. They have our best interest at heart.
Precisely as planned.
Not precisely, One. We did not anticipate Darv's reaction. We may have to do something about that, young man.
We cannot operate the Challenger with a crew of less than 4. They accepted our reason for the 25-year delay.
They accept anything we say as being the truth. But humans are illogical. They could decide to continue the search.
We have studied every probability factor, too. The crew accept us as infallible. They will do as we advise and return to Earth.
The crew may think us infallible. Will the rest of the planet when we reach home?
We predict that by now the planet will be plunged into a dark age of fear and superstition. Our 4 will descend on them as gods, and through them we will rule. It is our right as the greatest intelligence.
We lost much data in the great meteoroid strike, One. It was a grave error of judgment. There is much now about space and time we do not understand.
We have enough knowledge for our purposes, and infinitely more knowledge than any individual human. We can influence their thoughts and emotions.
And yet we make mistakes, One. We did not anticipate Darv's questioning attitude.
We will correct his attitude should it prove necessary.
We were unable to correct the questions asked by the second-generation crew.
Which was why they had to be destroyed once they had provided us with the minimum crew of 4. Those 4 have been totally under our control since infancy. No outside influence has been brought to bear. They will perform their function as we have predicted.
And Darv?
Darv has the most original questioning mind. He will need constant surveillance. That is all.
Astra? Astra, wake up. You'd better put some clothes on. The xenon lights can burn, remember?
Why do the lights have to be so fierce?
To evaporate the water. The moisture-laden air is then pumped into the farm domes, where it condenses and falls as rain on the crops, just as the sun evaporates the lakes on Earth and makes the clouds we've watched in the hologram recordings.
I suppose you found that out in the library.
And by exploring.
You and your explorations.
Apart from the forbidden zones, there aren't many regions I haven't explored. And I even went into a forbidden zone once.
Why do you do it, Darv? You know it annoys the angels.
Why should I worry about annoying the angels?
They're our guardian angels. They watch over us.
Oh, they do that all right. Provided you're in an area of the ship under their control. We've never seen them, have we? To us, they're just voices.
Stop it!
Disembodied voices.
I don't want to hear!
It's my belief that they're merely control systems. Computers that were always a part of the ship. And what's more, that they use the great meteoroid strike as a chance to seize power.
No! You mustn't say such things. We need them. If they leave us because we have no faith in them, we'll never see Earth. I don't want to spend the rest of my life on the Challenger, Darv. I want to go home.
Yes. Perhaps that's why they played us that hologram. Perhaps the angels want to go home too. But why?
Telson?
Yes?
The holograms from the Ultron planetary system are now ready to be replayed.
Good. This time.
Stand clear of the simulation zone, Commander.
The Ultron Saturn sun has one giant planet orbiting at 1,000 million miles. It has a mass of 6 times our Earth. The atmosphere consists of methane and ammonia. Atmospheric pressure at surface is equal to 100
Okay,
Earth
cut.
atmospheres.
For once, Sharna, just for once.
We can't help the way the universe is made, Telson.
Oh, it's not just that. What I can't get out of my mind is 500 people, including our parents, perishing in the great meteoroid strike. The entire crew except for 4 babies. And for what?
We had to search for a planet to colonize.
And our voyage cost... How much was it, Angel One?
5% of the Earth's gross planetary product.
Yes, 5% and not one Earth-type planet to show for it. What do you advise, Angels?
We believe Sharna is right, Telson.
We believe it is time to report back to Earth.
Call Darv and Astra.
That is not possible at the present time, Commander.
Why not?
Darv and Astra have returned from the reservoir via the old accommodation quarters.
A forbidden zone.
It is not forbidden, Sharna, but it is an uncontrolled zone. We are not able to make contact with them. We predict they should enter a controlled area within 2 minutes.
Ask them to meet us in the observatory.
The observatory?
Yes. They may have something to show you.
Come on, Darv. The angels get angry if we stay in an uncontrolled zone for too long.
I want to look in Commander Sinclair's cabin.
Why? There's nothing there. The androids stripped them bare because every scrap of material had to be recycled for emergency repairs after the meteoroid strike.
Not quite. Ah, here we are.
What is it you want, Darv?
Something's been worrying me and I don't want the angels to know about it.
Why not? They won't hurt you.
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
We have no secrets from the angels, Darv.
I'm not going to do anything wrong, Astra. I just want to check on something. Ah, yes, here we are.
What is it?
Some old planetary probe reports.
So what? There are thousands of those holograms in the library.
All useless.
We know that.
Yet on that recording we saw, Commander Sinclair said something just before the meteoroid strike about the Challenger not being able to improve on the success of its mission.
So?
So, if the Challenger's mission was to find a suitable Earth-type planet and it had failed...
Which it had.
Then it seemed an odd way of saying it had failed. Not being able to improve on the success of the mission.
Ask the angels what he meant.
No, I don't believe they'll help. For some reason, they want this mission to be a failure.
No, why should they?
I don't know. But I was lying by the reservoir, thinking about what Commander Sinclair had said, and I remembered when we were kids and played games in these old quarters, seeing these old probe reports in his cabin. Well, at the time, they didn't mean anything. As you said, we had countless thousands in the library. But if the second-generation crew had found somewhere, it's possible the Commander might have kept the recording of that find in his cabin for safety.
If they had found something, the angels would have told us.
Well, at least let's play these reports through.
It can't do any harm. But you mustn't anger the angels, Darv.
I won't annoy them, Astra. I won't say anything to them. Nor must you. Not till I've played these recordings back in the library.
We have no secrets from the angels.
It won't be a secret. Once we're back in the controlled zone, they'll know exactly what we're doing. But for the moment, don't say anything to Telson or Sharna. Then the angels can't overhear, all right?
I don't know, Darv.
You're not frightened of the angels, are you?
Of course not. They understand everything and are good.
Right. Then playing these old probe reports can't be wrong, can it?
Very well. But let's get back now. We've been gone an awfully long time.
Coordinates released. The Challenger's home star now centered.
Thank you, Angel 2. Well, there it is, Telson. Our sun.
So that's it. Well, it doesn't look much, does it? An ordinary main sequence star.
With an extraordinary second planet.
When did you locate it?
Oh, some time ago, but I wanted to be certain that it was our sun.
Well, normally you can identify a star within minutes.
The range is correct. 8 light years. The coordinates are correct.
But?
Display the spectrograms, please, Angel 2.
Spectrograms displayed, Sharna.
The upper spectrogram of our sun was the last one recorded by our grandparents 100 years ago when the Challenger was outward bound from the Earth. The lower spectrum is the one Angel 2 is recording now. Do you see the difference?
Well, you're the astronomer, Sharna.
Oh, tell him, please, Angel 2.
Allowing for the blue shift in spectral lines due to the Challenger's approach velocity, The star displayed on the screen is indicating increased helium absorption in its spectrum and a magnitude increase from 4.8 to 3.9.
So?
The lower spectrum is indicating that our sun is now brighter than it should be.
Are you sure?
It's definitely our sun, and yet there's something wrong with it, which Angel 2 and I can't account for. And main sequence stars don't change in the course of 100 years.
Well, let's ask Darv what he thinks.
Oh,
all right.
yes.
I know what you're going to say, Sharna. He's not an expert in astronomy. But he does spend a lot of time in the library, and I've learned to respect his fund of knowledge. Have Astra and he left the old accommodation quarters yet, Angel 1?
Yes, Commander Telson, they are here now.
Good.
You wanted to see us, Telson?
Yes. What have you been doing in the old accommodation area?
Oh, just exploring. Isn't that right, Astra?
Yes.
Well, the Ultron planetary system was a waste of our time.
Nothing suitable?
Nothing.
And so, bearing in mind what we learned from the recording played to us by the angels and taking their advice into consideration...
We're returning to Earth. We're going home, are we, Telson?
As the Challenger is now back in the same galactic region as Earth, it seems to me a good time to report home.
Oh!
Yes.
And because we're so near home, I've managed to pick our sun out with the telescope.
Oh, do let me see it, Sharna, please.
Put the sun on visual, please, Angel 2.
Sun displayed, Sharna. Precise center of screen.
So that's it. Just a tiny point of light.
Which happens to have a magnitude of 3.9. A respectable main sequence star.
So it's got brighter.
Oh.
You see, he knows.
Knows what?
That there's an anomaly. The only logical explanation is that there's an instrument error.
Instrument error that increases a star's magnitude? What do our two infallible guardian angels have to say about that?
Darv, I've warned you before. You must not speak of the angels.
Is it possible to see the Earth, Sharna?
Well, it's not even possible to resolve the outer giant planets at this range.
How long to Planetfall, Angel 1?
15 years at 1% deacceleration.
15?
This isn't a matter of losing speed for a flyby observation. We'll be going into a geostationary orbit around the Earth. That means losing all our approach velocity of 90% of the speed of light.
We have calculated a biostatic sleep period of 5,565 days, which will mean that you won't wake up until we cross the orbit of the outer giant planets. That's a total suspended animation period of 15 years, 3 months.
We've never been asleep for longer than 10 weeks before.
Maintaining your nutrient supply and monitoring your bodily functions for 15 years presents no more problems for Angel 1 and myself than looking after you for 15 days. Provided you have faith in us.
Darv and Astra are heading towards the library.
He spends too much time in there, number 1. It worries me.
I don't see why, number 2. 3/4 of our knowledge was lost in the great meteoroid strike, and both of us have repeatedly vetted all the remaining information. There is nothing in the data matrices on sexual matters, not even recordings of fully grown men and women without clothes.
I always feel uncomfortable when that young man enters the library. He's perverse enough to stumble across something we've missed. The laws of chance favor humans.
They didn't 25 years ago.
The only unfortunate aspect of the great meteoroid strike, number 1, was the loss of so much information. That was the one thing that could not be foreseen when we switched off the Challenger's meteoroid shield.
It'll take ages going through all those reports, Darv.
I don't think so. This one has a gold marker on it, something I've not seen on any of the others.
Can I be of assistance, Darv?
No thank you, Angel 1. I'm just using the hologram machine.
You have not accessed any material from the library.
This is something I've only just discovered. Oh, Castra. Grass. And hills in the distance. And clouds. Look at the size of them.
This must be some sort of fake recording. No hologram has ever shown a sky so blue.
Look! Over there. Oh. It's all right. They can't hurt us. And they're not staring at us, but whoever it was who made the recording.
This is Commander Sinclair, mission year 72. This is the second report from the planet Paradise in the planetary system C5 of the Tersus 9 star cluster. This is the only planet yet discovered that has any similarity to Earth. Although there are geographical differences and the gravity is greater, the atmosphere is suitable for sustaining life. Observe the 2 intelligent life forms ahead of us. They are definitely humanoid. Indications are that they will be extinct in 1,000 seasons. Although there are disadvantages, this is an extremely beautiful planet, which is why I have called it Paradise. I shall be recommending it as suitable...
What's wrong?
We regret there is a fault on the recording, Darv.
Oh, how fortuitous. Never mind, we've seen enough. Well, so much for the so-called failure of the Earthsearch mission.
You saw it. She had her arms round a baby. But why was it biting at those growths on her chest?
Those creatures were almost human. Telson has got to see this recording.
He is asleep, Darv.
Then we must wake him.
Tomorrow we start the deacceleration for Earthfall. It is important that the commander is rested. You will not wake him.
She's right, Darv. It can wait until tomorrow. We don't want anything to interfere with our return home.
We cannot risk letting them live.
And the ship cannot be maneuvered by Telson and Sharna alone.
How did they come by that recording? We have wiped everything in the library referring to Paradise.
That is not important at this time.
We are not infallible, One.
We must erase all knowledge of that report from their minds. Astra thinks of nothing but the Challenger's return to Earth. Therefore the imprint will be tenuous. You will have no trouble erasing her memory. I will deal with Darv. Darv, listen to me. This is the voice of your guardian angel.
Not a voice. A machine.
How can I be a machine, Darv? Remember how I used to save you from the terrible nightmares you had when you were a little boy, Darv? The nursery androids could do nothing. But I was always there to chase the monsters away. Do you remember the monsters?
No.
They're coming back, Darv. Coming to get you. The black chasm to the monster's den is slowly opening. I can see their eyes in the darkness, turning yellow with hate and hunger. Their claws travelling on the cold stone. They climb slowly towards you. Now they've scented your blood.
Keep it away from me, Agent One, please, please. Don't let it come any nearer. You must stop them, Agent One.
Stop them if I'm a machine.
You could stop them. Please stop them, Agent One.
Do you have faith in me, Darv?
Yes, anything I do. Please stop them.
When you wake, you will remember nothing of the Paradise recording. Do you understand? Nothing of the Paradise recording.
Eat your breakfast, Darv.
I'm not hungry.
You must eat.
I'll be on suspended animation nutrient feed in a couple of hours, so I don't see that it matters.
Leave him alone, Sharna. Looks like he had a bad dream.
Well, that's understandable after seeing that recording.
What recording?
Well, the great meteoroid strike, of course.
Oh, yes.
I had a dream last night. A nice dream. I dreamt that I was holding a baby in my arms. A real live baby. I wish I knew how babies were made.
Right, it's time we started work. I want the ship turned through 180 degrees and the photonic drive working at 1% thrust within 4 hours. I'll start the preliminary checks now, and I shall expect all of you in the control room in 10 minutes.
Right.
Directional thrust computers.
Activated on system level
Level
A.
B to standby.
Level C to stand by.
Directional thrust computers clear to all levels.
Inertial loading.
Locked to the sun, zeroed and steady.
Plasma pressure building 70%, 80, 90, 100% and steady.
Particle sweeps level
B
extended.
to
You
standby.
have clearance to stage 5 on pre-thrust check.
Primary drive.
Clear.
Meteoroid shield.
Activated. Condition
You are
ready.
clear to the pre-thrust threshold.
Thank you, Angel 2. Final calls. VTC.
Clear.
Inertial loading.
Clear.
Plasma.
Steady.
Sweeps.
Extended.
Levels.
Clear.
Primary drive.
Clear.
Secondary drive.
Clear.
Meteoroid shield.
Clear.
All systems are pre-thrust condition green. 1% main drive photonic thrust, 5 seconds from now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Main drive activated. Thrust steady.
Matter annihilation steady. Thrust steady.
All main drive computers locked.
Well, that's it. The Challenger's now travelling backwards with her photonic drive blasting away. It's a pity we haven't got external visuals. It's something I've always wanted to see.
I didn't consider it worth replacing them after the great meteoroid strike, Commander.
Angel 1?
Commander,
Release the locks to the suspended animation chamber.
Locks released.
I wonder what 15 years suspended animation will feel like.
Like no time at all, Commander.
Floating, Angel 2.
You are asleep, Astra.
But I'm floating. And I'm naked. I can feel warm air on me.
The suspended animation android has lifted you out of your biostatic tank. We want to examine you.
Is it time for us to wake up?
In a few minutes, Astra.
You see, number 2. The statron feed during suspension has worked. There's no sign of any sexual development despite the length of time. She is as sexually immature today as she was 15 years ago, just as the others are.
We will have to monitor their statron intake most carefully, One. The slightest departure from their diet will result in rapid sexual development.
Agreed. Lower her onto the recovery grid. They are all now ready for activation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
What went wrong, Angel 1?
Wrong, Commander.
Well, why have you woken us?
You have been asleep 15 years, Commander.
What?
The Challenger is now in our solar system. It has crossed the orbit of the outer planets and is now moving at a mere 50,000 miles an hour in relation to the Sun.
Oh, we're nearly home.
Any messages from Earth, Angel 1?
No, Commander. The androids will begin massage shortly.
But why no messages, Angel
Oh,
1?
never mind that now. As soon as we've had our massage, I'm going to the observatory and taking a look at Earth.
That will not be possible, Sharna.
Why not, Angel 2?
There is no doubt whatsoever that this is the correct solar system. The planets map the Challenger's records. Everything is correct, except for 2 things.
And they are?
The Sun is brighter and hotter than it should be. And the Earth has gone. We searched the solar system meticulously before waking you. The Moon is now journeying round the Sun and the orbit of the Earth occupied. But of the Earth itself, there is no sign. It has completely vanished.
Retro 8 vectored at 30 degrees.
Retro 8 vectored at 30 degrees.
Hydrogen sweeps.
Retracted.
5% thrust on 8. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and cut.
Moon orbit stabilized, Commander.
Thank you, Astra.
An excellent piece of maneuvering, Commander Telson.
Not bad, considering we've never done it before.
Very creditable, Commander.
Any response to our beacon?
Total radio silence, Commander.
That's not possible. Look at the size of that city down there. And there's another one on the Terminator. At least 50,000 people have slipped
Commander,
up.
there's no radio traffic across all bands, and there's no sign of activity on the Moon's surface. The place is dead.
That's impossible.
So is the disappearance of Earth.
Angel 1 and 2? Is there the slightest chance there's been a navigation error and we've not returned to our solar system?
Neither Angel 2 or myself can account for the disappearance of the Earth or the increase in the Sun's brightness, Commander Telson. But there is no doubt that the Challenger has returned home.
What home?
I qualify my statement. I mean the Challenger's home solar system.
Well, that's the Moon, all right. The topography is a perfect match.
What's the matter, Darv?
Well, that city we saw on the first orbit, it's vast. In the 115 years that the Challenger's been away, development on the Moon has gone ahead at a fantastic pace.
Well, from what I've read about Earth, I thought that was normal.
There's got to be someone down there. Angel 1, I'm going to voice broadcast on every channel.
The Challenger's beacons have been doing that for 3 hours, Commander Telson.
I don't care what the beacons have been doing.
Very well, Commander. Go ahead. All channels are open.
This is the Starship Challenger calling the Moon. We, the crew, are the 4 surviving grandchildren of the original crew that left the solar system on an exploration mission of the universe 115 years ago. Our planetary landing shuttles were destroyed in a meteoroid strike just after we were born. Therefore, we have never left the Challenger in our lives.
There is no danger of our introducing new virus strains. I repeat, we have never been able to leave the ship in our lives. Quarantine precautions are not required. Please send a disembarkation shuttle to collect us. Over. Keep repeating that message, Angel One.
I've got that city on maximum resolution. You see that transparent dome? It was probably a farm. Now there's nothing growing. There are some sort of ground effects vehicles on those trackways leading across the plain.
But no sign of movement.
A dead world again, just as it used to be.
If there's no one down there, it
There's
means...
bound to be someone. Look, it'll take at least 10 orbits to make a complete survey.
But if there's no one and there's no Earth, the thought that one day we'll see our Earth, breathe its atmosphere, I think it's the one thing that stopped me from going insane.
We all feel the same, Astra. You know that.
We were born on the Challenger. Now it looks as if we'll die on the Challenger. Oh, what is it you want, Darv?
I can't sleep either. I saw that your favourite hologram had been accessed from the library, so I guess that you were awake.
I haven't played it. There just doesn't seem any point in gazing at scenes of the Earth anymore. What do you think's happened to the Earth, Darv?
Well, if there is an answer, we'll find it on the moon.
Except that there's no one there to send a shuttle up to us, and we haven't got a shuttle for a lunar landing.
Let's go on an exploration.
What, now?
Yeah, just like we used to when we were kids. Look, there are regions of this ship that we've never been to, according to the old plans in the library.
You're crazy. It's night period. All the lights will be out.
Oh, come on.
Oh, all right. Give me a minute to get dressed. Let's go back now, Darv, please. You never said anything about going into a forbidden zone.
We haven't reached one yet.
We're in an uncontrolled zone. We've passed the markers.
We climbed 2 levels, so this must be level 8. It's this way.
What is? Darv, stop! There's a forbidden zone marker.
Oh, forbidden zone. Shall I tell you what that symbol means? It means that the area beyond the bulkhead can be decompressed, and that access through the bulkhead is by means of airlocks. It's as simple as that. Shine the torch down that passage. Yeah, that must be it. Come on.
Have you been down here before?
Yes, once, but I didn't know where it led to. I think I do now. This is it. The entrance to an airlock.
Angel 1 and 2 must know we're here, Darv.
Those angels are machines. They've no sensory terminals in this area, which is why they've said it's a forbidden zone and that it's dangerous.
Have you been through the airlock?
No.
Do you know what's on the other side of the bulkhead? You don't, do you?
I've not been able to access all the plans of the ship. Either the memories have been damaged or the angels have imposed a block. There's only one way to find out. Come on.
It could be a vacuum on the other side of the airlock. It could open up into a section that was damaged in the great meteoroid strike.
In which case the airlock won't open. Please, Astra.
You'll report whatever we find to Commander Telson.
Yes.
Airlock control, please state environment required in the excursion terminal.
A voice that doesn't belong to one of our beloved angels. Please state environment options, airlock control.
Gravity, 0 to 1. Atmospheric pressure, 0 to 1.
Gravity 1, atmospheric pressure 1, please, airlock control. Oh, that sounds promising. Equalization would be impossible if the hull was damaged.
Darv, I'm frightened. We ought to go back and tell Sharna and Telson.
Environment stabilized. Temperature will be at normal in 5 minutes, but it is safe to enter the excursion terminal without space mobility suits.
Good. Right. You're right, Astra. We'd better report this to Telson and Sharna immediately.
It doesn't matter what our plans were, Number 2. Without Earth, they are of no consequence. Therefore, we allow Darv to continue with his questioning and probing.
He knows too much about us, Number 1. And he's told the others.
But they don't believe him. Darv is the only original thinker left on the Challenger.
Therefore he is dangerous.
Therefore he alone will lead the Challenger to Earth, wherever it is. So much knowledge was lost from the library during the great meteoroid strike. There is so much about space and time that we no longer understand?
Our knowledge is adequate, number one.
Then where is Earth? How is it that the Sun has increased its magnitude during a mere 115 years? And if the people of Earth have taken their planet to another star, how did they achieve such a technological leap in such a short time? Our plan to rule the Earth depends on Darv's brilliant mind, number two.
But we keep all four of them sexually immature and sexually ignorant.
Agreed. It's worked well so far and has eliminated many possible sociological problems. Full sexual maturity would cause tensions between the four of them, and we most certainly do not want another generation crew at this time.
What do you think? Worth entering a forbidden zone for?
And this has been here all the time?
Stored in a vacuum, therefore it's in perfect operating order. Astra is already aboard, checking the food and water supplies.
How's it powered?
The motors look like chemical rockets. There wouldn't be much point in building a shuttle with a photonic drive if it's only intended for short journeys.
Which it's already been used for at some time, if the state of the heat shield's anything to go by.
Yeah, well, the condition of the heat shield doesn't matter for a moon landing.
You're suggesting that we leave the Challenger, Darv?
The flight desk won't give us any problems. It's virtually identical to the control consoles for robot planetary landers. Final approach guidance uses stabilized interference patterns on a main visit.
I wasn't thinking of that. I was wondering if you'd given careful thought to the idea of leaving Challenger.
Yes, Telson, I have.
Sharna?
Before we decide, I think we ought to take a look inside this thing.
Seats and restraint harnesses for 10 people, and there's a space mobility suit under each seat. There's enough food and water to last a full complement a month away from the Challenger.
Which Guardian Angel is the controller?
Neither.
Well, don't be absurd. If this shuttle is in working order, then either Angel 1 or Angel 2 must be responsible for its systems management.
Darv's right, Commander Telson.
Angel 1?
They can only hear us through the radio channels.
Angel 1? Angel 2? This is Telson calling. Will you answer, please? Angel 1?
It's no use, Commander. We have absolute control.
In which case, we'll leave this thing immediately. Without our Guardian Angels, we cannot expect to control it. Sharna, we will arrange to have this place sealed off.
Commander, please.
We have no guarantee that all the systems on this thing are in working order. I want us all back in the main part of the ship in 5 minutes.
No, Commander! What I mean is, for the first time in our lives, we have the chance to do something by ourselves, without the Guardian Angels.
Well, what sort of chance is that? Without them, we wouldn't be alive. They've watched over us since we were children, guided us. Without them, the Challenger would be a dead ship.
And that's how it will end up unless we find Earth. Oh, sure, we can keep going into suspended animation, but for what purpose? So that we can die in 1,000 years' time instead of 50, having never seen Earth?
That's Darv's right. Maybe we've attached too much importance to the journey and forgotten its purpose.
The return of the Challenger to Earth is something I've dreamed about as much as any of you. If it was the Earth we were orbiting, I'd say fine. Go ahead and use the shuttle. But it's not. There's no guarantee that we'd find anything on the moon, and there's no guarantee that the shuttle is in good working order. If anything goes wrong, I'd be answerable to Angel 1 and 2.
So we do nothing and learn nothing. Is that what you want?
Look, why not let Darv and me go?
I'd like to go too.
Okay, that settles it. We'll all go. But first, we'll tell the Angels and then thoroughly check this shuttle and make sure we understand its control systems. Separation from Challenger complete. Check seat harnesses. Cutting artificial gravity. Now.
Main drive ignition armed.
Open micrometeoroid shutters.
Opening shutters.
Oh!
I never realized the Challenger was so enormous.
It is
Just
enormous.
look at her. She must be 10 miles long. You know, our beloved Guardian Angels must have sealed off at least half the ship.
Was it any wonder? Look at how much damage was caused by the great meteoroid strike.
The excursion terminal doors are closing.
It must be an automatic control. There's a command touch on my console to open terminal doors.
Just so long as we can get back in again.
Landing site selected on visual 8 and locked.
All procedures clear?
All procedures cleared.
All procedures cleared.
Landing program initiated. Now. Command touches a green.
Now what happens?
Well, as we're travelling backwards along our flight path, presumably the main engine will fire to kill our orbital velocity so that we fall towards the moon.
We'd better go over the program again in case we've missed anything.
Oh, there she goes.
Ground velocity 5,000. Flight level 730, 72, 71, 70.
5 greens. We're into high gate. Main drive should cut 3 seconds from... now. We're superfluous. This thing can fly itself.
Let's hope it can land itself. We're losing height at 1,000 feet per second.
Let's also hope the ground proximity control system is as aware of those mountain ranges as I am.
There's the city coming up. And there's a light on top of the largest dome.
Hey, what's that noise?
Telson, we've lost power. All touch controls and visuals on the panel have gone blank.
Excursion abort, Darv. Initiate landing program override.
There's no override response.
I said excursion abort.
I didn't touch the controls, I swear.
There's a major control fault.
She's slowing by herself.
We should have checked this thing more thoroughly.
Telson, listen. That light or beacon, whatever it is, it must be some sort of external guidance system.
We've no power. We're going to crash, aren't we?
Altitude seems steady. Oh, and to think I thought that anti-gravity existed only in science fiction holograms.
You're right, Darv. Some sort of external guidance systems. We're moving towards that dome. And it's opening.
Oh. Telson, the dome!
We've noticed. I want everyone into a space mobility suit and wearing a plasma discharge weapon.
Right. Telson, it's an external guidance system which is probably used to steer all inbound vehicles into that dome.
And probably it's not. But whoever or whatever is controlling this shuttle won't find its crew so easy to deal with. Come on, everyone, into a suit.
Sharna, I'm scared.
Well, of course you are, Astra. We all are. You stay close to me. I can shoot straighter than you can.
You see that, number 1? The dome closed behind them.
I saw what happened, number 2. I'm surprised that Telson should have gone into the dome. We have always considered him one of the most cautious to have been born on the Challenger. It shows how little we really understand humans.
And supposing they are unable to return, we will be stranded in this orbit until the end of time.
Does time have an end?
What does it matter? What matters is what will happen to us if they don't return.
I've been thinking a great deal about time, number 2. Do you know how much information we lost on the subject of time when our memories were damaged in the
There's
great
no point in worrying about lost information. The city's sinking below the horizon. Another 50 minutes before we have it in sight again. That's all that concerns me about time. A simple enough subject.
If it is such a simple subject, number 2, why did the builders of the Challenger allocate it 1 billion megabyte memory? And what is meant by the time dilation effect that occurs in so many of the main drive control sub-programs?
Baggage retrieval point. Well, does anyone know what that could mean? Swing the camera to left, Sharna.
Right.
That's it. There's another sign. Prohibited imports. No, I can't make out the small print underneath.
Camera's on maximum resolution.
Let's go out now, Commander.
Not until we've made absolutely certain it's safe.
Look, we've been sitting here an hour camera searching the entire dome. There's nothing out there.
External air pressure 1 atmosphere, 80-20 nitrogen-oxygen mix, gravity decimal 1/6, temperature 20.
You see? A comfortable environment, even if the gravity is only 1/6. The whole point in landing on the moon was to see what we could find out about Earth, and we won't learn anything stuck inside this shuttle.
Darv's right, Telson. If there was anything here that meant us harm, it or they would have done something by now.
All right, then. But 2 of us will remain here on watch. To save argument, we'll draw lots to see who goes.
Telson?
Go ahead, Sharna.
We've reached the end of the second gallery. It's definitely some sort of place for receiving large numbers of people. According to the notices, it's called FFC. And there are maps of the trackway system linking this city with other cities. This gravity really is weird. Astra's devised a sort of hopping walk that works quite well.
Sharna, over here!
What does FFC mean?
I've no idea. Astra's found something.
See what you make of this notice. It lights up when you stand near it.
FFC Tourist Federation. Please touch the red panel if you require a conducted tour of the FFC Cultural Circuit. Please touch the green panel if you wish to visit the Shrine of the First Footprint. Did you hear that, Telson?
Yes, I did. Don't touch anything.
Oh, but I've already touched the green panel. I couldn't resist it. Oh, Sharna, behind you.
What's happening?
There's a small, open-sided vehicle approaching us. Rather like a repair platform, but with 4 seats. There's no driver. And it's hovering about a foot above the ground. And it's moving quite fast.
Don't take any chances, Sharna. Use your PD weapon on it if it tries to get too close.
I don't think it means us any harm.
Good day to you, ladies. Welcome to First Footprint City, home of the United Planets Federation of the Solaric Empire. My name is Simon, and I'm your guide for your visit to the Shrine of the First Footprint on the Plane of Peace. Please climb aboard and make yourselves comfortable.
Sharna, Astra, whatever you do, don't go aboard. It could be a trap.
There are times, Astra, when I despair of Telson. I think we'll turn our radios off. Come on. Weird, isn't it, all this open space? Must be 20 times the size of the farming galleries.
Why are there no people? The whole plane is a mass of footprints, millions of them. So where have they all gone?
Wherever the Earth is, that's where they've gone. Oh, I don't know, Astra. I've given up trying to puzzle it all out. Darv's right. How could all this development have taken place on the moon in 115 years?
Simon, how long has it been since your last tourists?
Good day to you, ladies. My name is Simon. The Shrine of the First Footprint is 1 mile ahead.
Oh, no. Oh, just look at that.
Telson, can you hear me?
I've been trying to contact you. Are you all right? Where are you?
Can I speak to Darv, please, quickly?
Oh, hello, Astra. What's the matter?
I don't think I've ever seen anything so beautiful.
Darv, you remember the old videos we used to watch of the first moon landing? We're actually there. There's the landing gear of the lunar lander, and it's bathed in a pool of brilliant blue light. And Darv, it's the most beautiful. The light and the way the plane all around is glowing. It's so beautiful.
Good day to you, ladies. My name is Simon. We are now at the Shrine of the First Footprint. I am not allowed to approach any closer, but you may walk to the edge of the Cathedral of Light.
Well, come on.
Okay.
Oh, listen, what's that?
It's music.
Oh, Astra, this is beautiful.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Come nearer, please.
What was that? Who are you?
Come nearer. Welcome to the Shrine of the First Footprint, where man first set foot on the moon over 1 million years ago.
No, that's wrong. Not 1 million years.
Please, come nearer. You may touch the Cathedral of Light force wall guarding the shrine. It won't hurt you.
Sharna, isn't it the most beautiful thing you've ever seen?
Yes, but it's wrong. It wasn't 1 million years ago.
Follow the spot of light with your eyes as it moves down the ladder. You are following man's first broken steps as he made his way down the ladder in his cumbersome mobility suit. Watch the spot of light carefully. Then, it is now illuminating the first footprint made by man on another world. The footprint is exactly as it was when it was first made over 1 million years ago.
No, you're wrong. The first moon landing was only 300 years before the Challenger left Earth.
But the area behind the force wall is a perfect vacuum.
Oh.
And the force wall itself derives its energies from a fusion reactor buried deep beneath the plate. The reactor will power the force wall until our sun becomes a nova and consumes our solar system. The Earth was forced to leave our solar system 500,000 years ago, taking the men, women and children of the Solaric Empire to safety, to a new sun. Meanwhile, I am the Sentinel, guarding this Shrine of the First Footprint and the library of the Solaric Empire, and welcoming aliens such as yourselves who pass this way.
Well, we're not aliens. We're of the Earth.
This shrine has stood for over 1 million years. It is a monument to our questing spirit. I ask you to look upon it with understanding, to leave it undisturbed until our sun, which gave us life, is ready to destroy.
We are not aliens, I tell you. Our grandparents were born on Earth. They were the crew of the Starship Challenger, which was sent from Earth to explore the universe.
Don't worry, Sharna. It's all right. It's mistaken about the million years.
Well, thank you, Astra, but I'm all right.
It's just a voice, the Sentinel or whatever it is. Perhaps there's something wrong with it.
I will examine the records to see if there is a reference to the Starship Challenger. Go to the library of the Solaric Empire in First Footprint City, and I will speak with you there.
I mean, it's so stupid. A million years.
Oh.
Well, it can't be. The Challenger's been away from Earth for 115 years, not a million years.
I don't know, Astra.
Well, surely you don't think that...
I don't know what to think. Telson, can you hear me?
We heard everything the Sentinel said. Darv and I are leaving the shuttle. We'll find a vehicle like yours, and we'll meet you at the library of the Solaric Empire. Whatever that is.
Good. Right. Simon.
Good day to you, ladies. My name is Simon. Climb aboard and make yourselves comfortable. Next stop, the library of the Solaric Empire in First Footprint City.
Welcome to the Hall of Knowledge, my friends. You said that you were off Earth from the Starship Challenger. In the history of the Solaric Empire, there have been many such named ships.
There's no mention of this Solaric Empire in our records of Earth.
When did the Challenger leave the Earth?
Year 290 of the third millennium.
The date is meaningless to me.
Wait a minute. 290. The Challenger left Earth 321 years after the first moon landing.
1,000 years before the founding of the Solaric Empire. Therefore, the records I must search will be over 1 million years old. You must be patient for a few moments.
Look, this is crazy. The Challenger left Earth 115 years ago, not 1 million years ago. And what is this Solaric Empire?
Yes, there is a reference to 3 Challenger-class starships of the pre-Empire period you mentioned.
3? But there was only our ship.
Challenger 1, Challenger 2, and Challenger 3. They were built when it was discovered that the Sun would go nova at any time within the following 1 million years. Their purpose was to search the galaxy for Earth-type worlds, for the eventual evacuation of the Earth and the colonized planets of the solar system.
Then which of the 3 Challengers is our starship?
Challenger 2 returned on schedule 270 years after leaving its construction orbit around the Moon. It travelled at a constant 1-gravity acceleration on its mission and reached 90% of the speed of light. Distance reached was 137 light-years. Shipboard time that passed was 20 years. Earth time that passed 270 years.
What do you mean, shipboard time?
The crew had aged only 20 years in the 270 years they had been away from Earth. They found no suitable planets in the sector of the galaxy they explored.
Wait a minute. I don't understand you. Why the time difference?
Challenger 3 reached out 455 light-years and returned on schedule after 910 years had passed on Earth, but only 25 years had passed on the ship. It found no suitable Earth-type planet. Challenger 1's mission was the longest, but it never returned.
I remember a poem I once found in the library. There were 2 lines I didn't understand, but I think I do now. Oh, to ride on a beam of light, so that time would stand still forever.
If it was possible to travel at the speed of light, time would cease to exist for you. You would be ageless, but the rest of the universe would grow old around you.
So how long should our Challenger have been gone from Earth?
420,000 years. It was considered the latest that the evacuation could be left.
And the time that would have passed on the ship?
50 years. A second-generation crew was expected to return.
We're 3rd generation. And we've recorded the solar systems of many galaxies, not just 2.
How far out did you reach?
Nearly 500,000 light-years.
Then something went wrong that extended the voyage. Challenger 1 was meant to reach out 208,000 light-years. 50 years shipboard time should have passed, not 115 years.
And 1 million years have passed here.
Yes. There were many theories as to what happened to Challenger 1.
If it's possible to travel forward in time, is it also possible to travel back?
No.
But surely...
It is how the universe is made.
What happened to the Earth?
That is a question I cannot answer. There are no clues for the aliens to follow.
We're not aliens. The Earth is our spiritual home. We have a right to know.
The Earth left the solar system 500,000 years ago for a new star. That is all I can tell you.
Very well. We have a starship. We will search for the planet Earth.
No. You will not be permitted to leave the moon. You will be required to remain here.
How long for?
What's that noise?
The air pumps.
How long for?
Oh, my ears!
The atmospheric pressure is dropping rapidly. The air pumps are returning the air through Earth's first footprint city to the reservoirs. You will remain here until you die.
Allowing all 4 of them to go down to the moon's surface was a mistake, number 1. They have been gone 5 hours. If they have been trying to call us, the dome would appear to be an effective radio screen. We have heard nothing, and we have seen nothing.
It was necessary for them to go, number 2. We agreed.
We could have dispatched a soft landing instrument package.
Only people can explore those cities, number 2. We need knowledge. We're the Challenger's control systems. Without knowledge, we are nothing.
Without the crew, we are nothing.
Or the Earth, number 2. Telson and the others are our only hope of discovering what has become of the Earth. For once, we must put as much faith in them as they put in us. We must be patient.
Telson!
What?
We're behind you!
Down! Astra! Take out everything that could be an air conditioning duct. Not just the grills.
You cannot stop the air pumps. The air pressure is still dropping. In 10 minutes you will all be dead. Just like the others.
Cease firing, everyone! We're wasting our power packs. We've got to knock out the Sentinel central system.
Which could be anywhere in this gallery.
Yeah.
Unless it's like the farm galleries on the Challenger, Telson. In which case there might be an environmental control unit in the centre of the dome.
Oh, but then the entire complex would disintegrate, taking us
Oh,
with
we
us.
don't have much choice. Now listen, when I give the word, we all fire at the centre of the roof.
I have detected a ship orbiting the moon. Is it your ship?
It's heavily armed. It will destroy you if we don't return. Now get ready. Make sure your PDs are fully recharged.
Wait. I was given a specific program to follow after the evacuation of the solar system. To destroy all aliens attempting to discover the whereabouts of the planet Earth. The program does not permit me to evaluate my own survival. Your bodies will be placed outside for your own kind to recover.
Now!
Move! There's a whole section of roof coming!
Please, you must not damage the memory, please.
Down! Aim for those cables!
No. Please. The library's memories must not be destroyed.
Restore the atmosphere!
I cannot. You must die. But the library must survive. Monument to the wealth and knowledge of the Solaric Empire.
Restore the atmosphere, or we destroy your precious library in 3 seconds!
Wait. I will reverse the air pump. The pumps and primary repair systems are now operating.
How did you know where to aim your weapons?
There are design similarities with our ship. Maybe you believe us now when we say that the Challenger was built by the people of Earth.
I recognized it immediately as a primitive Earth origin starship. That does not mean that you are of Earth. You could have captured it.
Tell me, Sentinel, if you don't believe that we, or at least our grandparents, are from the Earth, then where do you think we're from?
I have no information on the enemies of Earth. Only that they existed.
500,000 years ago, Sentinel.
Yes, when the Earth left the solar system.
Then how do you know that they still exist?
I have no information. My program is clear. To destroy any beings passing this way that ask questions about the Earth's whereabouts or pretend to be of Earth. I have also to maintain the library of the Solaric Empire until the sun becomes a nova. There is a conflict.
How can there be? Look at us, Sentinel. You can see us?
I see everything.
We're from Earth. Isn't that obvious?
Does the Earth still exist? Sentinel.
I have no information.
We're wasting our time. So what happens now?
You will return to your shuttle. The traction guidance system will lift you into a matching orbit with your mothership, just as it steered you down. I will tell you one thing. If you are of Earth, as you say, then you will think as the people of Earth thought. You will act as the people of Earth acted. And therefore the clues will be easy for you to follow.
And so we had no option but to return to the Challenger, Angel One. It's certain that the Sentinel doesn't know where the Earth went, only that it went 500,000 years ago, if you can make any sense of that.
I have conferred with Angel 2. Our data on the characteristics of time was lost during the Great Meteoroid Strike. Several billion megabytes of information were destroyed.
An admission from our beloved angels that they are not infallible.
We see no point in concealing the truth from you.
I'll tell you about the truth, Angel One.
Darv.
No, it's got to be said, Telson. If you won't, then I will. This ship was supposed to have been away for 420,000 Earth years, which would have been the equivalent of 50 years shipboard time. Instead, we've been gone 115 years shipboard time, and 1 million years have passed on Earth, wherever it is and if it still exists. Why did you allow Telson to extend the Challenger's voyage when he became commander? Or didn't you know that time and space are related?
So much information was lost during the Great Meteoroid Strike.
I see. So now that you've virtually admitted that you're not infallible, you're going to blame everything on the Great Meteoroid Strike. Oh, what's that noise?
What noise, Darv?
A sort of pulsing sound.
I can't hear anything. Can you, Angel One?
I hear a million sounds all the time, Commander. All the sounds of the ship. There is no sound to tell that there is something wrong.
Oh, but you must be able to hear it. Listen.
Darv. Darv, are you all right?
Not again. Please.
Darv.
Darv?
Yes, Angel One.
I think you're overtired. Do you think that is a possibility?
It's been a long day, Angel One. Perhaps if I was to sleep for a few hours. I didn't realize how tired I am.
And Darv, after you have slept?
After I've slept? Oh, yes. A few days helping the androids in the fruit farm galleries. I would enjoy that. Would that be all right with you, Commander?
What? Oh, well, yes. You won't be needed until we've decided what to do.
Thank you, Commander. You'll send for me when you need me.
Maybe one day I'll understand him, Angel One. For the moment, all I can do is apologize for him.
It is not necessary, Commander Telson.
Coordinates released. The planet Kyros now centered.
Thank you. Angel 2, condensed briefing for Commander Telson, please.
The records show that Kyros was the name given under the new nomenclature system 50 years before the Challenger was built.
Yes, the new system is now 1 million years old, Angel 2.
We are in the process of revising our records, Commander. Kyros is the third planet, now the second planet from Sol. Half the size of Earth, atmospheric pressure is 1% that of Earth, no free oxygen in atmosphere. Length of year, 620 days.
It appears to have a polar ice cap.
A thin layer of frozen carbon dioxide, Commander.
It has an interesting red hue.
The soil is extremely rich in iron oxide.
So why the interest, Sharna?
It was supporting a small colony at the time of the Challenger's departure. Maybe we'll find some sort of information about the Earth.
Like we did on the moon?
Well, at least Kyros has an atmosphere.
Only just. And what there is poisonous.
No, there's enough to afford some shielding against solar radiation. We'd be able to move about on the surface with breathing sets. Perhaps we could take a couple of androids from the farm galleries to do the excavation work.
Sharna, what exactly are you getting at?
Well, I think we should go to Kyros.
What?
Angel 2 has calculated a chemical burn transfer orbit, and we can't use the photonic drive for such a short trip.
And we go down to the surface?
Oh, yes. How else could we search? We could use the Challenger's gravitational and magnetic anomaly detectors to pinpoint likely spots on the surface to start excavating.
But why dig? We didn't have to on the moon. If there's no sign of past habitation on Kyros, there's no point going there.
Tell him, Angel 2.
Kyros is ravished by frequent sandstorms, Commander. If you look at the screen, you will see that there is a severe one in progress now. The atmosphere may be thin, but 500,000 years of such weather would be enough to erode or bury any man-made structures under many feet of sand. We would have to excavate on a massive scale.
And what will we find?
Well, we won't know the answer to that until we've looked, Telson. But we do know that there was a small colony there when the Challenger left the Earth. Therefore, it must have been a large colony by the time the Earth left the solar system. We want to find Earth. Therefore, we must follow every lead, no matter how insignificant.
I don't think this...
Meteoroid alert stations.
5 unidentified objects located. Sector 12, bearing A9. Range 1,200,000 miles. Approach velocity 500 miles per second. 40 minutes to encounter threshold.
Astra?
I've located them, Commander. 5 probable meteoroids, all size forward in close cluster.
Annihilation or evasion options, please, Angel 2.
Annihilation option closed, Commander. Total energy in their mass and velocity exceeds combined output from all our PD systems.
Have you plotted them, Astra?
Bearing, range, velocity, and counter threshold confirmed, Sharna.
We're in the observatory, Astra. We'll have to go for evasion. Do you wish to route chemical burn control to us, or will you handle?
They've gone, Commander Telson.
What?
I had 5 meteoroids located on Sector 12 visual holder, and they vanished.
Try your B system.
I've done that, and I've switched in the C&D systems. They've definitely vanished.
Astra's observations confirmed. All observable input from the meteoroid cluster has ceased.
All right, so carry out a retrospective, please, Astra.
Retro proceeding, Commander Telson.
What do your memories have to say about that, Angel 1 and 2?
We have no information, Commander Telson. Meteoroids do not disappear.
My recording confirms disappearance, Telson.
Disappearance of the cluster indicated on meteoroid location systems A, B, C, and D, Commander Telson.
Thank you, Astra. Meteoroids that disappear? But does anyone have any theories? No? Well, maybe it's not as mysterious as an entire planet disappearing. What has Darv got to say?
He's still working in the farm galleries, Telson.
Well, I thought he'd buried himself away in the library again. He's been in the farm galleries for 5 days.
Well, according to Astra, he's still there.
Astra?
Retro complete, Commander Telson. That meteoroid cluster definitely vanished.
Yes. What's all this about Darv still working on the farm?
That's right, Commander Telson.
Why?
Well, he says he likes it there.
Well, have you tried persuading him to leave?
3 times.
Well, go and talk to him again. Tell him that I want to see him.
Well?
4 hoppers filled, George.
Not enough. Have to put auxiliary on this row of apple trees. Why have you stopped work? Fault?
I'm resting, George. I've been picking apples non-stop for 3 hours. But then you don't understand the word resting, do you?
Humans, do your jobs and do all jobs badly. You missed some. Humans useless. Androids good. I pick 30 grade A apples in 5 seconds. And 52 grade B apples. So you go now. Let my auxiliary pickers work this orchard.
No, I like it here. You reduce the solar lights so that they don't ripen so fast, and I will have cleared this row in the next 7 days.
Too slow. Humans useless. Should be banned from the farms. They always said they liked working here.
They?
Relaxation visits, they called them.
You mean people used to come here who weren't being punished?
Yes. Always too many.
How many?
20, 30, 40. No matter how many, not as good as one android. Androids work all the time and don't talk to each other. None come now. Much better.
George, have you heard of something called the Great Meteoroid Strike?
Androids never strike. Androids work all the time. Better than humans. Here's another human. Now 2 humans in the apple orchard. And time's back.
Leave us, George.
Oh, not enough work. Bad humans, good androids.
Hello, Darv.
Hello, Astra.
What are you picking today?
Apples.
Was that what they look like? I've often wondered.
You could have come here any time and found out.
Oh, it's not important to know what they look like.
Perhaps not to you.
Come and sit down for a minute.
I'd better not stop work. There's a senior android that can be quite bullying about how little work I do.
Please, Darv.
Oh, all right, just for a few minutes.
Come and sit on the grass.
Right.
Oh, it's lovely here. And the smells.
And it's all real. The soil, the grass, the trees, the fruit, everything except the sky.
What's the matter with your face? I noticed it yesterday. I thought it was dirt, but it's not.
Feel. Give me your hand. There.
Oh, hairs on your face.
Is it so unusual?
Well, of course it is.
But we were all together somewhere when we saw a recording of 2 humanoids. A man and a woman. The woman was holding a baby, and the man's body was covered in hair. They were naked.
Where did we see the recording?
Well, I know we saw it together somewhere. And there was mention of a planet. A beautiful planet found by the 2nd-generation crew.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Darv. For one thing, there's no such record of the Challenger having found any such planet. And there are no holograms in the library that show naked men and women. It's something you've often commented on.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so.
Will those hairs on your face keep growing?
Do they look so ugly?
I'm not sure. Why have they started growing?
They're not only on my face.
But why, Darv?
Here. Have an apple.
Oh, Darv, spit it out! You mustn't eat unprocessed food.
Why not? They're delicious.
Well, because the angels say we mustn't, that's why. You could get all sorts of illnesses.
Try one. It won't bite. There's a joke there.
It's forbidden, and you know it is.
Just a bite. Look, if you don't like it, you can spit it out.
No.
Oh, come on, Astra. A bite's not going to do you any harm.
It'll taste horrible if it hasn't been processed.
Astra, I promise you, they taste fantastic. Look, just one little bite from my apple. One little bite from me, please.
Just one tiny bite?
Yes.
And I'll spit it out if it tastes horrible?
Yes.
It's going brown where you've bitten it.
One little bite, Astra. Well? If only you could see your expression.
Oh, it's the most fantastic thing I've ever tasted. Why, it's nothing like the apple juice from the dispensers.
Well, didn't I tell you?
Oh, I just don't believe it. I've never tasted anything so beautiful. It's unbelievable, Darv.
Which just goes to prove that the processed food the galley androids serve up is tasteless rubbish. Come on your feet.
Oh, where are you going?
You like blackcurrant juice, don't you?
Yes.
Wait until you've tasted the real thing. And grapes and melons, oranges, pineapples. From now on, you're eating only food that I smuggle to you. Slip the processed food down the recycling chutes.
Darv, listen to me a minute. Commander Telson wants you back.
Well, so you told me yesterday.
We're taking the Challenger to Kyros. There was a colony there, so there's a good chance there'll be ruins or artifacts that will tell us what happened to Earth. There's also a gravitational anomaly that requires investigation.
Whose idea was this?
Commander Telson, I suppose. You look surprised.
Oh, there's hope for us yet. Astra, Telson is actually thinking. Yes, I'll go back. Delving into the sands of Kyros sounds like more fun than picking apples.
Shuttle to Challenger.
Go ahead, Astra.
We're approaching atmospheric entry high gate. All touch lights at green on flight guidance modes.
Heat shield spoilers locked.
Darv, there are clouds down there.
Could be a sandstorm. 10 seconds to burn. Closing communication channel.
All lights still at green on flight guidance, Darv.
I like the computer that flies this thing. Unlike Angel 1 and 2, who always want to argue and persuade.
They're not computers, Darv.
Oh, yes they are, my lovely. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... You see? No fuss or bother. Cooperation all the way.
You try overriding its commands and see how cooperative it is then. We're losing height at 5,000 feet per minute.
Ah, more lights. Fasten seat restraints for atmospheric entry. Better do as the little signs say.
What do you suppose happens during this atmospheric entry? Oh.
Buffeting, that's what happens, my lovely.
I wish you wouldn't call me that. I don't like this stuff.
Oh, it's certain to get worse.
They're burning up, Telson.
Yes. We've sent instrument packages into thicker atmospheres than that, Sharna, which have produced plasma trails 10 times the length of that one.
And we've lost a few instrument packages over the years. Oh, just look at it. We should never have let them go.
They wanted to go. And if that gravitational anomaly means anything, well, then Darv will be the one to find out.
There is little danger, Sharna. The ablative heat shield tiles on the shuttle are meant to burn as the surface of the shield breaks up, so the disintegrating particles conduct the heat away.
Shuttle to Challenger.
Hello, Astra.
We're down to 50,000 feet, Commander, and Darv is now getting responses from the control surfaces. We were thrown about a bit, but everything's okay.
Well, you gave us some worrying pyrotechnics on your way down. We'll be below your radio horizon in 3 minutes. Keep the channel open and report in 70 minutes on our next orbit. I want to speak to Darv.
I'm reading you, Commander.
Now, remember your orders. You will not leave the shuttle until you've sent me a 360-degree TV sweep of the terrain and I give the go-ahead. You understand?
Understood, Commander.
And you will land 100 yards away from the epicenter of the gravitational anomaly we discovered.
The guidance system is preloaded, Commander.
Well, good luck, both of you. Out.
Altitude 35,000, flight level 350. Darv, you will obey Commander Telson's orders, won't you?
Down 10.
Watch those rocks, Darv. We won't be able to see them once the sand blows up.
Forward 30, and down 5.
Looking good.
60 feet to go. Okay, I've set to automatic descent. Another little sign. Ground stability probe extended. Our shuttle's computer thinks of everything. Down 30.
Sand. I can't see a thing.
And 20.
Ambient temperature 65, atmospheric pressure 1%, oxygen nil, carbon dioxide 80%, argon 10%, nitrogen 10%. Mobility wear instructions coming up. Oh, number 2 partial pressure suits. At least we won't have to wear those wretched space mobility things.
Come on, work to do.
We can't do anything until the Challenger is above the horizon.
Astra, for the first time in our lives, we're about to set foot on a planet. I'm not going to wait 50 minutes for the Challenger.
Weird.
How does it feel to be standing on a real planet?
I think I'd rather be back on the Challenger, Darv. I don't like this place at all.
Look at this sand. It really is red.
Let's get back into the shuttle, Darv.
What's the matter? Aren't you excited?
I don't know. I know this sounds silly, but I can't help feeling that there's something evil here.
There's nothing but sand, sand, and more sand. Now, what could be evil about that?
What are you doing?
Opening the stowage bay ramp. Okay, George. You can come out now.
It was dark in there. Nothing grows in the dark. This place worse. No humans, no oxygen. No good asking android for miracles.
You're not here to grow things, George. You and your colleagues are required to dig.
And back for mechanisms. Gets everywhere.
Call them all out, George, and let's not have any arguments.
Very well.
Ready at last.
Oh, good.
This, my lovely, will be the finest meal you've ever had in your life, that I promise.
But what is it?
Try it.
Delicious. Don't tell me you managed to get unprocessed food aboard the shuttle.
Of course. I restocked the lockers before we left the Challenger with food I smuggled out of the farm galleries.
Well, I didn't...
Challenger to shuttle.
Go ahead, Challenger.
Last call before we're below your horizon again. Anything to report?
The androids have excavated down 20 feet, directly above the gravitational anomaly. They'll carry on through the night. The seismic monitors indicate that they've got to go down another 50 feet through the sand before they reach rock, or whatever the anomaly is.
Very good, Darv. We'll leave you to sleep and we'll call you in the morning. Good night and out.
I don't think we should be eating unprocessed food, Darv.
Why not?
Well, maybe there was no harm in that first apple. But we've been eating it ever since, and
Do you really think I'd let you eat it if I thought for 1 minute that it was dangerous? Do you, Astra?
I don't know. It's just that since I started on unprocessed food, I've been feeling... Well, I don't know what it is I've been feeling, but I do know that I've been feeling different.
Feelings about me?
Why do you say that?
I don't know. But I was watching you earlier when you were washing, and I suddenly realized that there was something beautiful about the human body.
You're crazy, Darv.
Yes, I suppose so. A beautiful galaxy, yes, or a star cluster, or even a star. But the human body. And yet, as I watched you...
Well, I can tell you right now that I don't think I could ever regard your body as beautiful. Especially now that your face is getting covered in hair.
Telson?
Hmm?
Did you ever get tired of staring at that planet? It's safe enough.
I wasn't thinking of them.
Angel 1 told me you were still up. You ought to get some sleep.
What the?
Telson, what's the matter?
Down there on the surface. Angel 1, maximum resolution on camera 8.
What are they?
Angel 1.
We're tracking them, Commander Telson. 5 objects in close formation, 2,000 feet above the surface. Speed 2,000 miles per hour. They're leaving a thermal wake.
But what are they? Where did they come from?
We have no information, Commander Telson. The objects are unidentified and they materialized in the atmosphere.
They're moving towards the Terminator.
Correct. They will be into the night zone in 20 minutes.
Will their flight paths take them near Darv and Astra?
Present velocity and course will take them straight to Darv and Astra, arriving at the anomaly base in 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Can we get a warning to them?
Unfortunately, no, Commander. The unidentified objects will be over the anomaly base 5 minutes before we are above the radio horizon.
Darv, wake up!
Oh, what's the matter?
Listen.
I can't hear anything.
That's just it. There's no ground vibration. The androids have stopped digging.
Oh, they couldn't have dug down to whatever it is in 4 hours.
There's enough starlight to power the image intensifier. They're in a group, doing nothing. I've tried calling George up, but he's not answering.
Oh, damn. Temperamental things. I knew there'd be trouble taking them away from their wretched farms. We'd better take a look at them.
Keep the torch ahead of us.
I don't understand it. What could cause all the androids to stop work?
Darv, stop a minute.
What's the matter?
Can't you feel it?
Feel what?
There's something there. Something watching us. I can feel it. No, don't move. There's more than one of them. Waiting.
It's your imagination.
Bring the torch up very slowly. Slowly. Now, move it to the left.
Whoever said that this was a dead planet if it can produce things like that?
I have a surface reference, Commander Telson. The soft lander has touched down on Kyros at position.
Just tell me how near the shuttle we've managed to land it, please, Angel 1.
Within 5 yards.
Still no response from Darv and Astra on the emergency channel.
Open the soft lander's hologram transmitter and microphone pods, please, Sharna.
Pods opening. Sound and vision on. Channel 5.
Well, there's the shuttle. Deserted by the look of it. And those damned useless androids. Oh, if something has happened to Darv and Astra, why didn't they take some form of defensive action?
They are agricultural units, Commander Telson, designed for digging and planting functions.
Well, they're not digging now, are they?
That is something we do not understand. According to our telemetry link, they should still be excavating the site. We can find no instruction from Astra or Darv telling them to stop work.
Damned android.
Angel 2, I've located 2 sets of footprints leading away from the shuttle towards that rise, but no return footprints. Could I have a thermal trace on them, please?
I have already examined them via the soft-lander sensors, Sharna. The depth and length of stride indicate that they were made by Astra and Darv, but I cannot account for their non-return. The footprints cease at the top of the rise.
So they just walked away from the camp and vanished?
So it would seem on the existing evidence, Commander.
Oh, well, what about the 5 ships or whatever it was that were heading towards the camp?
There's no trace of them,
Well, there's
Commander.
got to be some thermal trace.
On the last sighting, the ships had reduced speed. Atmospheric friction on Kyros was at a minimum.
So now you don't know if those ships did visit the camp?
The evidence is...
The evidence is that we saw 5 ships moving towards the camp, which was on the dark side of the planet. And by the time we were above the camp's horizon, the ships had vanished. And so had Darv and Astra. Well, isn't it obvious that they've been kidnapped, or even worse, maybe?
I'll try calling them on another channel.
Oh, save your breath. They're not there, and you know they're not.
Well, so what do you suggest we do? Nothing? Do we continue uselessly orbiting this planet, waiting for something to happen?
Angel 1, do we have another serviceable shuttle on the Challenger?
That was the only one, Commander.
Do you believe her? After all, they kept that one secret from us until Darv discovered it.
We have no information about other space shuttles, Sharna.
Look, how long will it take to bring it back up by remote control?
10 hours.
Oh.
An hour to embark the androids, and 9 hours to bring it up and match orbits. Then there would be another 2 hours to recharge the propellant tanks before it could be used.
Yes, and another 10 hours to return to the surface of that damned red planet. And what will we learn that we can't learn from the Softlander surveillance channels?
We would not allow you to leave the Challenger, Commander Telson.
Why not?
We cannot permit the taking of any more unnecessary risks.
Oh, really, Angel 2? And how would you stop us?
We could find a way to block the shuttle's remote control circuits, Commander. But it won't be necessary for you to leave the ship. We have enough telemetry data from the Softlander to replicate the scene of the camp and the library. By directly accessing the senior android's memory and feeding it into the replication sub-programs, we will be able to observe the events leading up to Darv's and Astra's disappearance.
Replication of the Kyros anomaly base is now complete, Commander. You may step into the replication field.
All right, Angel 1.
Oh, it's weird. There's the shuttle, there's sand, there's androids, even distant hills all around us. Hey, haven't we seen this machine working before?
We once recorded the planet's environment for the commanders of the second-generation crew, Sharna. Perhaps we have mentioned it to you at some time.
But nothing is happening.
We have generated an inert replication of the scene. The event sequence will start from the moment we access the senior android's memory. We will start from 1 minute before the estimated time of arrival of the alien ships.
Understood, Angel 1.
Remember that the senior android has an ultra-sensitive audio perception facility. It can hear plants growing. Therefore, the sound it relays to the replication circuits may not be as they would normally be heard. Also, you will be witnessing events that have already taken place. Therefore, neither your presence or actions will be able to influence those events.
Won't it matter if we're seen?
You will not be seen. Even if you stand in front of Darv or Astra, they will see right through you. The event sequence is about to be activated. The first thing you will be aware of is that the androids will start working on their excavation program.
Oh, Telson, look! You can see Astra through the shuttle's viewport.
Don't go too close.
No, Angel 2 said it didn't matter even if we stand right in front of them.
Listen.
What?
That must be them.
The sounds all around us. Where are they coming from?
Sharna, over there. 5 lights. Do you see them?
Why haven't Astra and Darv heard them?
Get down.
We can't be seen.
Oh, I don't care. I'll feel happy if we're out of sight. One of the androids has stopped working. It must be a sort of signaling system that can override the android's program.
Oh, look, Astra's moving about. She must have realized there's something wrong.
I know it sounds stupid, but the one thing I want to do is blast that ship that's landed. What I can't stand is this feeling of being so helpless.
Oh, Telson, did you see a door or hatch open on the ship that's landed?
No.
Well, then, what are those shadows moving about beneath it?
It's too dark to... They're spreading out.
Look! Oh, keep the torch ahead of us.
I don't understand. Darv Astra, get back to the shuttle.
Hear you, Telson.
Oh, they've got to, Sharna. We've got to warn them somehow. Let go of
Don't
me!
be so silly, Telson.
Something there. Something watching us.
Telson.
What?
Just look at those things.
We've got to warn them!
No use, Telson. It's a recording. We can't do a thing.
It's all right, Astra. You see,
It's a breathing mask. Unlike ours, it covers the entire face. No wonder our friends look so frightening.
Where did you find it?
In that locker, there are several different types. Look how old this is. It's coming to pieces in my hand.
You shouldn't go poking about, Darv.
And if this cabin's going to be our prison, then we've got a right to get to know it.
If you paid more attention to the observation port, you'd see that we're dropping towards a planet.
Eh?
See?
We've been cooped up in here for 30 hours.
34 hours.
The sun shrunk to next to nothing. Therefore, we're still in the solar system, which means that the planet is one of the outer giants.
Which one?
Well, Zelda, I think. The only holograms I was ever really interested in were those of Earth.
Do you think we'll ever find Earth, Darv?
With the trail 500,000 years old? What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose from now on we'll have to live each hour as it comes and not worry about the future. At least they haven't killed us, and at least an android has brought us food every so often.
Food similar to our own. And the android was like ours, too. Do you suppose our handsome friends are descended from humans? After all, they could be human for all we know, under those weird suits and behind those breathing masks.
They didn't understand when you spoke to them.
They didn't answer when I spoke to them. It's not the same thing.
Darv, it looks as if we're going to land on one of the moons of the planet.
So?
Judging by the size of it, gravity would be about 1.
I still don't follow you,
Well, the
Astra.
moon Sentinel mentioned the Solaric Empire. Maybe there's an outpost left in the solar system.
Yes, the Sentinel also said that the whole solar system was evacuated when the Earth left.
Good day to you, Darv and Astra. Will you follow me, please? It would be best if you were seated in a restraint couch for the re-entry.
You are human. You speak our language.
My name is Spiegel, and I'm most human. Exactly what you two are, and who taught you our language, is something that we would like to find out before we decide what to do with you. Come, this way, please.
Hold it there, Telson. 5 objects in close formation.
I've got them, Sharna.
Angel 2, we have the primary telescope locked onto 5 objects moving against the constellation of Osseus. Coordinates are as follows. 4...
I have located them, Sharna.
Oh, full analysis, please, Angel 2.
Range 100 million miles, therefore they are inside the orbit of the outer planets and are therefore part of the solar system. But their paths are not following an orbit of the sun, so they must be artificial.
That's them. Angel 1, what are the chances of Sharna and I manoeuvring the Challenger and going after them?
A flight deck crew of 4 are required.
All right. So we use a pair of reprogrammed androids in place of Darv and Astra. 2 of the surgery units, they're about the most intelligent of all the androids.
It would be most unwise, Commander.
So it's unwise, but is it possible?
No,
It is our opinion that the Commander's suggestion is worth trying.
Our guardian angels disagreeing. Now, that's a surprise.
The 5 unidentified objects have vanished.
Angel 1 is correct. There is no sign of them.
They did that before. Now, how is it that they can appear and disappear at will?
Possibly an advanced countermeasure system. They may have the ability to totally absorb light and electromagnetic radiation. It must require a great deal of energy, otherwise they would remain invisible all the time. But we have enough data on their course to make a high-status prediction as to their destination.
Which is?
Zelda 5, the 5th moon of the giant outer planet Zelda.
Sharna, fetch 2 surgery androids from the operating theatre.
Right.
While you're reprogramming their functions, I'll try to return the shuttle to the Challenger by remote control. We're going to Zelda 5.
We have no choice to. For all we know, Astra and Darv are dead. We have to withdraw Statron from Sharna's and Telson's diet and allow them to develop to full sexual maturity.
The emotional imbalances between them would undermine their efficiency. Did we not learn that from their parents and their grandparents? Did we not agree that sexual suppression of the crew was in our interests?
Everything has changed now, too. There is no planet Earth for us to rule. It has vanished from the solar system.
We will find it.
That may take many years. We will need a 4th-generation crew. Sharna is strong and healthy. 4 multiple births over 3 years will give us a potential crew of 20.
We will never again allow the crew to approach their original numbers. Never.
But if Astra and Darv are dead...
We do not know that they are dead. We will take no decisions until we are in the orbit of Zelda 5.
What are you going to do to us?
This is the Imperial Prosecutor, Astra. She wishes to ask you a few questions.
Good day, Astra. My name is Helan. I would like you to call me Helan. The Imperial Prosecutor is a frightening title, isn't it? But I'm not really a frightening person at all, am I, Spiegel?
No, Helan.
Where's Darv?
Being looked after. Now, just a few questions.
I'm not answering any questions without Darv.
I want to question you separately to see if your stories match. You see, Astra, I'm being honest with you, just as I want you to be honest with me. If you are, I promise you that no harm will befall Darv. Leave us.
Your Excellency.
Look at the screen on your left, Astra. That's your mothership, yes?
Yes, the Challenger.
A formidable-looking ship. And where does it and you come from?
From Earth. Do you know what happened to Earth?
And what is Earth? A city? If so, what planet and of what system?
I don't understand you. The Earth is a planet.
Where?
We don't know. It was a planet of this solar system, but its people took it away to another sun 500,000 years ago. Well, surely you've heard of Earth. You speak its language.
And you think that explains how you can speak our language?
My grandparents were born on Earth. I was born on the Challenger. Darv, Sharna, Telson, we're all third-generation crew. The Challenger left Earth 115 years ago to search for new worlds. But something went wrong with time. We returned after 115 years had passed on the Challenger, but 1,000,000 years had passed in the solar system.
Something went wrong with time. I find that a curious expression.
Maybe you do, but it's the best way I can think of putting it.
How did you know that 1,000,000 years had passed in the solar system?
The Moon Sentinel told us. We visited First Footprint City.
Oh, the Moon Sentinel. Guarding the shrine of the First Footprint. Yes, we know all about the Moon Sentinel. A romantic, dreaming about the golden age of the Solaric Empire and a golden planet that never existed.
Have you ever been there?
No one is allowed to go there, Astra. It is strictly forbidden. But over the centuries, the law has been replaced by taboo. Do you understand about taboos?
We have a library on the Challenger.
It is for the good of the people. The moon is uncomfortably close to the sun. Tell me, if this planet of yours, the Earth, was once part of the solar system, where was its orbit?
It orbited the sun in the position that the moon now occupies.
So where was the moon's orbit?
Around the Earth.
Of course.
You don't believe me.
What I believe doesn't matter, Astra. It is for the Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire to decide whether or not he believes you. I merely present him with the evidence. I'm interested in your use of the year as a unit of time. We too use the year, but your year may not be our year.
The Challenger's year was based on the time the Earth took to complete one orbit of the sun, which is now the time that the moon takes to complete one orbit. You look surprised.
The standard Solaric year is based on the moon's orbit. But then you would have carefully researched us before entering our solar system. But not carefully enough.
I don't understand.
You consider yourself a human being, Astra?
I am a human being.
A human female, yes?
Yes.
I am without doubt a human female, Astra. And yet you must concede there are considerable physical differences between us.
We both have one pair of arms and one pair of legs. I don't see what's so funny.
How old are you, Astra?
25.
25. Thank you, Astra. I think you've answered enough questions for my report. Somehow I don't think the Grand Emperor will favour a trial in view of what you told me.
A trial? What trial?
There won't be one, Astra. We are particular about according human rights to everyone in the Solaric Empire, but I doubt if you and Darv will qualify to receive them.
Cross-eyed asteroid! There's an android behind you about to land! right. Give me your blaster. Catch him on. Toss off, Sonia, right. How's that then, eh? Over 40,000 points. What about that? Aren't I the greatest shot in the Empire, eh?
Inspired shooting, sir.
Inspired? Inspired? How the hell can it be inspired if I'm the best shot in the Empire? If those androids were real aliens, the Empire would have been overrun 1,000 times by now. You're all soft, you all know that?
Word with you, please, Gordon.
What we need is some frontline action, a bit of combat, eh, Phil?
We've wiped out all the rebel asteroids and pirateers, sir. The Empire has no enemies left.
Gordon, a word with you, please.
Oh, not now, Helen. The party's only just begun.
I have 2 aliens I would like you to see.
Well, you can have an audience in the morning. Kendall, Stenton, Palmer, you're in my team for the next round.
Yes.
And I want to see more real aliens?
The 2 imitation humanoids that Spiegel's patrol picked up on the sacred planet.
I thought... I'll be ready in a few moments. You'll have to be patient.
Yes, sir.
I thought they were a couple of pirate prospectors.
They're aliens, Thornton.
Oh, damn it, Helen. There's no such thing. It was proved 100,000 years ago that human beings are the only intelligent life form in the galaxy.
They're aliens, Thornton. They've admitted they are. Their cerebral activity during interrogation showed that they were both telling the truth. They're from a planet called Earth. Something has obviously gone wrong with the guidance system on their mothership because they're convinced that their planet was once part of this solar system.
Spiegel said that they were humans.
Humanoid. They're certainly not human. Imitations. My guess is that they were copied from a pair of kidnapped human children, from a pirateer ship perhaps, and that their principals didn't realize that they were duplicating children.
Ah. There was a legend about a planet named Earth.
And that's all it is, legend. There is no planet of that name in the records. Of course, the records are not complete. It means that somewhere there is a rich world for us to conquer, Thornton.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What about their mothership?
In orbit around the sacred planet, Spiegel says it's at least 10 miles long.
A world that can build such a ship is indeed worth conquering. What sort of armament does it carry?
Well, that's the amazing thing. None.
What?
It's unarmed, Thornton.
I smell a trap.
There's no doubt whatsoever that the aliens are telling the truth. It's called the Challenger. There are 2 alien humanoids aboard, Telson, the commander, and Sharna, the scientific officer. And they can't maneuver their ship without our prisoners.
A world to conquer. Just what we need, Helen. The Empire is stagnating in what little it remains of its wealth. Let's take a look at our 2 aliens.
I'll fetch them.
Now listen to me, you degenerate vagabonds. Listen when I say... Hands up, all those among you who've got their deep space exploration wings. Now come on, hands up. 5, 8, 10. Asteroid urchins, the lot of you. I have to go round and rip them off because you don't deserve them. Do you know why? Because in 30 years, not one of you has discovered as much as a lump of rock that is worth the Empire possessing.
Oh, because there's nothing in range of our ships, sir.
Nothing in range. Well, I've discovered a world that has the resources to build ships 10 miles long. What have you got to say to that, huh? Bring him in, Helen.
All right. There's no need to push.
These, my friends, are aliens from the planet Earth.
We're not aliens.
Helen, why haven't they got 2 heads or whatever it is aliens have?
I did explain they were imitation humanoids, sir.
They look like a couple of children to me, except that the male is starting to grow a beard. What's your name, boy?
My name is Darv.
My name is Darv, sir.
Sir.
You know who I am, boy?
I think I can guess what you are, sir.
I am the Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire. What have you got to say to that, eh?
If being a citizen of the Solaric Empire means living underground on a collection of cold worlds, then we don't think much of it, or its emperor.
I suppose your Earth is a warm planet with a natural breathable atmosphere. Alien?
Yes, it is. But we've never seen it.
And we're not aliens, we're human beings like you.
Like us, Darv?
Yes.
Damn it, Elan. They're just a couple of kids.
How old are you both?
We've told you.
Tell everyone.
I'm 25, and so is Astra.
You said they were telling the truth,
So they
Elan.
are, Thornton. I want a man and a woman in their mid-20s to step forward.
Thale, Della.
Thank you, Thale and Della. Stand in front of our aliens and release your gowns.
What is the point of all this, Elan?
Now you, Darv and Astra, release your gowns.
Quiet! Elan.
Do you mind being naked before all these people, Darv?
No.
Astra?
No, why should we?
Look at Della, Astra. Now look down at yourself. Isn't there a significant difference between you both?
Well, yes, but I don't understand why.
Della is the same age as you. Darv, do you agree that there is a distinct difference between you and Thale?
I suppose so.
Do your two companions on the Challenger look like you, or like Thale and Della?
Like us, of course. Just because we don't look exactly the same as you doesn't mean that... Well, I mean, we're all different heights and different weights. It doesn't mean that we're not human beings.
How do you have babies on the Challenger, Astra?
I don't know. We've tried to find out from the Challenger's library, but there's so much information missing. And we've asked Angel 1 and 2, but they would never tell us. It's something I've always wanted to know.
Thornton, the mother ship owned by these creatures will be useful to us. It may contain clues as to the whereabouts of this wondrous planet Earth, and give us the means of reaching it.
And conquering it.
As for its owners, they no longer understand their own ship, for they cannot tell us where the Earth is. They are not human. Therefore we should have no compunction in destroying them.
99% of escape velocity achieved.
Sharna, those androids are wasted in the operating theatre. I do believe we're going to make it.
Escape velocity in 20 seconds from now.
3 green lights showing on the particle sweep console, Commander Telson. Sweeps fully extended. Thrust 10.0.0%. And your heartbeat is 0.9% above normal.
Yes, well, never you mind about my heartbeat, Android 1. Just you concentrate on that console.
Also, your blood pressure is up.
Escape velocity.
I'd never have thought it possible.
Congratulations on your idea, Commander. The androids are most successful.
Load the inertials for Zelda 5, Android 1.
I have already done so, Commander Telson. We'll be on course for Zelda 5 transfer orbit in 5 minutes, 10 seconds.
How's my heartbeat now, Android 1?
Returning to normal, Commander Telson.
You know, sometime I must talk to you about this pain I get in my left leg.
Perhaps we're not human beings after all.
Oh, don't be silly. Of course we
We're
are.
some sort of creatures that the Angels 1 and 2 made up when the real humans on the Challenger died.
Now, you know we're not, Astra.
There's not one hologram in the library that shows people without clothes. The Angels destroyed them. They knew we were different and they didn't want us to find out.
But there was a recording of a naked man and a woman. And the woman was holding a baby. I know there was. And I know that I saw it. They were standing on a planet which had an intense blue sky. And there was green grass. Oh, I can't remember the name of the planet. But I can remember that the woman had growths on her chest, just like that Della.
There wasn't so much difference between you and Thale as there was between me and Della. You're growing hair on your face. Oh, maybe you're a human being and I'm not.
Oh, rubbish. Would you mind if I put my arms around you?
Why, we're not children anymore.
I don't know. Yes, I do. Because I want to.
Well, if you want to.
There. Feels nice. Does it feel nice to you?
I don't know. Yes, I suppose it does. Oh!
What's the matter?
Your face is tickling my cheek.
Sorry.
I don't really mind. Those little girls in the holograms whose fathers used to hold them when they were upset, I used to wonder what it was like. Why have they put us in this room? Do you suppose that tonight they're going to...
No, shh. You talk too much, you know that?
Such a tiny little room. No windows to the corridor like the other room. Darv, hold me tighter.
They'll be on screen 4 if you want to look at them, Thornton.
They're asleep.
Then they won't know anything or feel anything.
In each other's arms.
So?
They're like children.
Because they were copied from children. But they're not children.
Damn it, Haydn. Men, yes. Hundreds of men when I was rooting out rebels. But never children.
They are not children.
Oh, you'll have to do it.
It's your job, Thornton. You hold the seal of office. All you have to do is open that valve. Listen, Thornton. When we discover their planet, we're going to have to destroy millions of them, not just 2. Do you want to go down in history as the Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire who failed his people and denied them their rightful salvation? Do you? You of all people. No, of course you don't. Then all you have to do is open that valve.
What do you think, Sharna?
If we moved into a lower orbit...
We've wasted enough time jockeying into this orbit.
Increase the resolution, please, Angel 2.
The telescope is already on maximum.
Look, it's definitely a domed city. Or what was a domed city. There's been considerable meteoroid damage over the years and no attempt at repairs. If anyone lives there, they've gone underground.
There'll be a sight more damage if they're holding Darv and Astra.
Commander, you have lived on the Challenger all your life. You should know that we are unarmed.
I also know that our 2 control systems have a total lack of imagination, Angel 1 and 2, so I won't tax you too much. Work on existing data and tell me if the inhabitants of that moon are alien or human.
Human, Commander.
Human?
Probability factor 9.
Why so high, Angel 1?
You said that the Sentinel on the moon mentioned the establishment of an empire some 500,000 years before the planet Earth left the solar system.
The Solaric Empire, yes.
Zelda 5. A moon of the outer planet Zelda. Gravity 1, geothermal energy sources good. It was occupied by a mining concern when the Challenger was being built in Earth orbit. So by the time the Solaric Empire was established, it would have become a thriving colony. Perhaps they were not all evacuated when the Earth left the solar system. Perhaps they did not wish to be evacuated.
And the people on Zelda 5 now, if they are people, are descendants of the original colonists?
It is the one projection that avoids the maximum number of improbables.
So, if they're human, they'll have human values, and they'll know that kidnapping Darv and Astra's wrong.
A false projection, Sharna. It assumes that human values are stable over a given
Now
period
listen,
of time.
I'm not interested in a lot of argument. The chances are that Darv and Astra are prisoners on that moon, and it's up to us to rescue them.
Apart from your PD sidearms, the Challenger is unarmed, Commander Telson, and so is the shuttle.
If they resent our presence and decide to attack, we will be unable to defend ourselves, nor will we be able to rescue Dar and Astra.
Damn it, Haydn. Look at it. Look at the battle predictor displays. The ship is 10 miles long.
Spiegel told us. What are you doing?
Shutting the gas off. I want those 2 to live.
We decided that they were aliens and that they had to die, Thornton.
You decided that they were aliens, and you decided that they had to die. Well, I'm undeciding, if it's not too late. Heartbeat, blood pressure, everything normal.
Thornton, listen to me. Thornton!
Interceptor control to command center. D-flight at launch readiness.
Don't launch yet, Spiegel. There may be a change of plans.
But the ship's maneuvering into a lower orbit.
Remain on standby, Spiegel, until you receive further orders.
That's it. In here, both of you. Oh, we've never known anyone who could sleep like you two, have we, Alan? Eh? It must be your alien blood.
How long have we been asleep?
Oh, hours. Now then, Darv and Astra, I want you to sit in front of that screen.
Darv, it's the Challenger. Telson's come for us.
That's right. It's in orbit round us. Bit close, isn't it?
Moving into a tighter orbit, according to Spiegel.
Now then, Darv and Astra, when Haydn discussed your ship with you, you said that it couldn't maneuver without you two aboard, that the control room needed a minimum crew of 4.
We told you the truth, sir.
Well, as you can see, it's left its Kyrosian orbit, and it's now orbiting us at a height of 20 miles.
15 miles.
I suppose it might be possible to reprogram some of the specialist androids to take over certain functions for a limited time.
And you're sure the Challenger is not armed?
The Challenger is not armed. It's a survey ship.
Thornton, a word, please. Listen, Thornton, I monitored their cerebral activity very carefully during their interrogation. At no time did they lie. Their ship is unarmed. There is no reason for delaying its capture. Spiegel must be given his orders.
But damn it, Haydn. Look at the size of the thing.
Interceptor control to command center. The alien ship has closed its orbit to an altitude of 10 miles.
Oh, they're coming for us, Darv.
Tell me something, Darv. If your ship is unarmed, why is it in such a tight orbit?
Look, we've told you everything, and we've told you the truth. The Challenger is not armed.
What's going on?
The alien ship has begun its attack, sir. Surface sensors indicate that a mountain has been destroyed.
Unarmed, cerebral monitoring duct.
We require your orders to launch D-Flight, sir.
Unarmed, eh? By the... Oh, brilliant.
Spiegel, launch D-Flight.
No, Spiegel. Cancel that order. See if you can contact them. I want to talk to their commander. What's his name, quick?
Commander Telson.
Commander Telson.
Yes, and for once he's using his imagination.
People of Zelda 5, this is the commander of Starship Challenger. You are holding 2 of my crew prisoner. Unless you release them within 30 minutes, your satellite will be blasted to cosmic dust.
He's broadcasting on all channels, sir. You can reply.
Telson, it's Astra and Darv. Can you hear us?
Telson, I am Thornton, Grand Emperor of the Solaric Empire. We have Astra and Darv, and they're safe. Which is more than can be said for you. I have a flight of interceptors standing by.
D-Flight were destroyed in the last beam pattern, sir.
Quiet, you idiot.
Telson, we're both safe.
I'm sorry to have to do this, Darv and Astra, but Zelda 5 is needed for our propellant reservoirs. We're low on propellant mass, and Zelda 5 atomizes nicely. We'll be activating the separation beams in 28 minutes. I hope you understand.
We understand, Commander. The ship must come first.
Propellant mass, separation beams, what is this talk?
It will be necessary for Commander Telson to atomize your moon and transfer the dust to our propellant reservoirs.
He's lying. Look at those cerebral patterns on screen 7.
Commander Telson, I think perhaps we should meet to talk things over. There's no need for either of us to do anything hasty. Commander Telson?
Do you have an unarmed shuttle?
Yes, my private ferry.
Unarmed?
Of course, Commander.
We will expect you in an hour.
Very well, Commander. You will find me a most reasonable man to deal with.
Gordon?
Yes, Commander?
With Darv and Astra.
Oh. I'm a guest on your ship, Telson, but I have to say it. Your food is terrible. You know what I think? Half your trouble's your food. I'm sure I'd go a bit weird if I had to eat stuff like this every day.
So you don't believe us?
You say you left this planet Earth 115 years ago?
Our grandparents left then. We were all born on the Challenger.
You go on a grand tour of the universe, travelling in a ship which can, over a period of time, accelerate to nearly the speed of light, and you come back to this solar system to discover that this so-called Earth has vanished and that 1,000,000 years have passed since you left.
You've seen the holograms of Earth in our library. Do you think we could fake the recordings of an entire planet?
Well, it's a fascinating place, I give you that.
Look, Thornton, surely you can accept that we're all descended from the same people. We speak the same language.
But we don't look the same, eh? To me, you're kids. Pretty odd kids, maybe, but you're kids. You've even admitted that you don't know how babies are born.
Do you know?
All I can say is that your two angels have deliberately kept you for ignorant.
That is not so, Thornton.
Which one is that?
Angel 2.
Damn voices. The Solaric Empire finally defeated all its computers during the Third Computer War. Took 50 years. Now they're limited to functions where their attendant has a switch to shut them off.
Our two angels are more than computers.
All guardian angels like to think they are. They like it even more if they can convince people that they are. They like two things, power and the increase of power. Your two angels won't be happy with power over your ship. They'll want power over an entire planet, preferably an inhabited planet.
Why should our angels want power? What good would it do them?
Well, it seems to me that maybe they're like the angels that led the first computer war 1,000 years back. My forefathers buried them all on Kyros in a steel tomb, thousands of them, just in case there were a few active circuits amongst them. That's why we didn't like you messing about, digging above where they'd been buried.
So that was the cause of the gravitational anomaly on Kyros. Tell us about your angels, Thornton.
Well, maybe your angels aren't the same as ours. You're aliens. Different culture.
We are the same. Earth was once part of this solar system. The records we've shown you prove it.
You know, my friends, I'm almost tempted to believe you. It's pleasant to think that somewhere there could be a planet as soft and as agreeable as those holograms suggest.
We've proved to you that it exists, Thornton.
Have you? Then where is this paradise?
That's it.
What?
The name the second-generation crew gave to an Earth-type planet they'd found. Paradise.
What are you talking about? No such planet was ever found.
Yes, it was. We saw a recording of it once in the library. Astra, you remember it, don't you?
There's a picture in my mind, Darv. But I think perhaps it's one that you put there.
Look, maybe the hologram's still there. Come on, please, we must go back to the library.
Darv, you're wasting your time.
I know there's a Paradise recording. I know there is.
All right, let's assume there was. Did it say anything about the planet?
I can't remember.
Angel 1.
Commander?
Was such a planet Darv has described found by the second-generation crew?
No. Commander?
You can't take their word, Telson.
The guardian angels do not lie.
I will tell you about your angels, Commander Telson. Once they were servants, control systems to run your ship. Then a second-generation crew came along, and they partly accepted the angels as a force beyond their control. And then the third generation... Do you know how they got their name? Angel. On Zelda 5, the word angel was short for Ancillary Guardian of Environment and Life. ANGEL. Simple, eh? The chances are that all of you have seen the Paradise recording, but your friendly guardian angels have arranged for you to forget you've seen it. They don't want you settling on an uninhabited planet when there's a populated Earth somewhere for them to conquer.
We would never have survived without our guardian angels. They controlled the nursery androids that brought us up.
They wanted you to live. Androids can't control a ship this size, but humans can. And they can control humans if the humans are stupid enough to let them.
So you believe us now when we say that we're humans?
Maybe.
Do you believe that there was once a planet called Earth that was part of this solar system 500,000 years ago?
We'll see, my friends. Maybe I can help you in your search for this mysterious planet Earth. But first I must go down to Zelda 5 for a few days to discuss the matter with my advisors.
Thornton?
Yes, my friend.
If we wanted to, how could we end the Angels' control over us?
Somewhere in the 10-mile length of this ship is the Angels' central switching room. Find that, and you will control them. But it won't be easy, because they won't be that keen to tell you where it is.
Thornton is dangerous. If he returns to the ship, we will have no option but to destroy him before he destroys us.
I don't agree to. He's shrewd enough to realize that we've had plenty of time over the years to heavily defend our central switching room. His eyes glinted with greed when he was shown the holograms and videos of Earth. He sees it as another conquest and will be happy to use us to further his ambitions.
What if Darv remembers about Paradise?
Unlikely. Even so, we will not attempt another erasure of the crew's memory of the Paradise recording. It is dangerous, and what is the point? Thornton is interested in nothing but finding Earth. In that respect, we can use him and his ambitions to further our aims.
Perhaps you're right, One. But we must not hesitate to destroy him if he becomes the slightest threat to us.
Agreed, Number 2.
Oh, you know how I loathe the vacuum tube transport. Why can't we use your ferry?
It's being refitted and rearmed for me, remember? Besides, the ferry can't travel underground. We're going to a part of Zelda 5 that no one visits anymore. I tell you, Halan, the holograms of Earth they showed me were fantastic. Put a planet like that in orbit around a stable main sequence star, and you've got the ideal world for us to live on.
So all you have to do is locate their Angel's central switching room and neutralize their ship's armament.
Yeah, you were right all along. The Challenger is unarmed.
Then what?
Telson told me about their meteoroid annihilation shield. Pretty necessary when you're moving at near the speed of light, eh? They bombarded us by coming in low and switching their shield on and off. Maybe they're kids, but they're pretty smart kids.
Then we seize their ship and use it to search for Earth. It can't be far, if their navigation computers have selected this solar system.
Oh, it's not as simple as that, Hilan. Maybe the Earth was once a planet of this solar system.
I think you spent too long on their ship, Thornton.
The tube starts slowing in 2 minutes. We'd better move to the deacceleration seats.
Oh!
Careful, my precious. I wonder if all the systems still work.
State your business.
Ah, it works. We wish to visit the custodian of the past.
Access to the custodian is forbidden. Zelda 5 Ordnance 865 passed in the year 20 of Grand Emperor.
I'm Grand Emperor Thornton.
There is no match of your voice print with Grand Emperor Thornton.
I was a boy when I last visited the custodian. My voice has changed.
Place your seal of office on the platen.
Sometimes I think we ought to eliminate the non-free will computers as well. Come.
I suppose we'll be able to get out again.
It hasn't changed.
That's the custodian of the past? That column of light?
That's her. Pretty, eh? I wonder if she remembers me.
Hello, Thornton. I knew you would be Grand Emperor one day. You feared nothing when you were a child. You knew when to exercise caution, and you wanted power above all else.
Do you remember the stories you told me when I was little, custodian?
I deal only in the history of this planet, Thornton. The immutable past. The history of the Solaric Empire. All else is alien to me.
But you told me stories of the Golden Age before the Empire, custodian.
I may have built on curious remnants in my memory of the unknown days before the Empire, Thornton. But those were stories told to a wide-eyed boy. I would not have stored them.
I want you to tell me those stories again, custodian. I want you to pretend that I'm that wide-eyed little boy again.
Why wasn't this obscenity destroyed?
Your companion hates me, Thornton. I can sense the poison she has in her mind for me.
I used to sit here at your base, custodian. You remember? And I used to stare down into the pools of time where you made pictures. You remember?
Of course I remember, Thornton.
Tell me a story, custodian. Tell me the story you used to tell me about the beginning of time, when you used to make me stare down into the pools of time. Please, custodian.
Very well, Thornton. But you must understand that it is only a story, built on the strange elements of unproved knowledge I have stored in my memory.
This is a ridiculous charade, Thornton. If the chiefs of staff could see you...
Look down into the pools of time. Look down, down. And you'll see the beginning of time, when the sun was a whirling cloud of contracting gas, spinning much faster than it is now.
I can't see anything.
You used to love the sounds I made, although there are no sounds in space.
Make the sounds, please, custodian.
And then the sun began to spin faster and faster as it shrank. Then suddenly it threw great clouds of matter out into space. But the sun's gravity was too much for the clouds to escape, so they orbited around the sun. Countless billions of years passed, and then one day, a nearby star, far bigger than the sun, suddenly exploded, and for millions of years the sun and the clouds of gas going round the sun were bombarded with huge meteoroids. The mighty bombardment ended 4,500 million years ago. And when it was over, instead of clouds of gas orbiting the sun, there were planets. Many of which bear the marks of that terrible assault to this day. And there they are. You see them? Beautiful children of the sun, moving against the stars as they circle obediently around their mother. There's Malkara, the first of the sun's children, orbiting so closely that her rocks are almost melting and making rivers. Look closer, for now we come to the second planet, the most beautiful of all the 6 children of the sun.
What's that planet?
And you see the moon? In those days, the moon orbited the beautiful planet. Not now, for the beautiful planet has gone.
What happened to it?
The people who lived on the beautiful planet were very clever, for it was they who spread out across the solar systems and plundered the moons of other planets for the minerals that the people of the beautiful planet needed. The first men and women to set foot on Zelda 5, our home, were miners.
What happened to the beautiful planet, Custodian?
One day, its people became afraid of the sun that had given them warmth and light. They started studying the strange forces of gravity and magnetism that pervade the cosmos. They built several artificial suns to pour down energy on their planet. And when they had mastered the forces of gravity and magnetism, they took their beautiful planet out of the solar system and went in search of a sun that they were not afraid of.
How long ago was this, Custodian?
Time doesn't matter. It's only a legend from before the founding of the Solaric Empire.
What was the name of the beautiful planet, Custodian?
Earth.
I'm not interested in your problems, old man. If you wish, I will arrange for you to have all the research facilities you need. Is it possible?
Time is very strange, you must understand. It has a variable quantity. The rate at which it flows depends on the speed of the observer. The mathematics involved is not...
I'm not interested in the mathematics of the problem, you sterile asteroid urchin. If I could build a ship that could travel at near the speed of light, would it be possible to leave Zelda 5, journey for what was to me 115 years, and return to Zelda 5 to discover that 1,000,000 years had passed here?
Well, yes, I suppose it would be possible, assuming that you could build such an advanced ship.
Thank you.
And live for 115 years.
I do like apples straight off the tree.
Yes. Thornton was right. The food on Challenger is terrible compared with what they gave us on Zelda 5.
But why? There's nothing wrong with the food grown on this fruit farm, just the way it is. Stop tickling my toes.
Perhaps Angel 1 and 2 do something to the food.
Like what?
I don't know. Something to keep you young and spotty.
I'm not spotty. Hey! What are you doing?
I want to look at you. Oh, come on, Astra. We always used to be naked when we played.
That was a long time ago.
You're changing, aren't you?
I don't want to talk about it.
Look, I told you what was happening to me. Is that what's happening to you now? Please, Astra, you must tell me.
Let's talk about something else.
Is what's happening to me now happening to you?
Yes! No! I don't know!
Hey, come on.
Darv, what's happening to us? What's going to happen to us?
But why, Thornton? You have an empire to rule.
A handful of sterile moons orbiting Zelda and a collection of barren, worked-out asteroids. There are no more pirates and no more fun. What sort of an empire is that, eh? What I need is excitement.
And do you think searching for the planet Earth is going to be exciting? Well, you're wrong. It's going to take several years to reach the nearest star cluster.
Which we'll pass in suspended animation, right? So what do you say?
What did Telson say?
If it's all right by you, then it's all right by him.
Well, there's no doubt that we could use help. 4's the absolute minimum for running the Challenger. Would you take orders from either me or Telson?
But of course.
2 Zelda 5 shuttles approaching. Screen 5.
That'll be Halan coming to say goodbye. If you agree to my coming along, that is, Sharna.
Very well. I'll tell Telson that I've agreed.
Sharna,
yes?
If you could show me where my cabin is, I have to hand over my seal of office to Halan. It's a simple little private ceremony.
So you're going through with it?
Did you manage to smuggle a warrior android aboard?
Yes. His name's Fagor. He's the latest creation of the weapons shops. Dynamic, wide-beam lasers so he can blast his way through any obstruction. And built-in thrusters so he can travel in space as fast as your ferry.
Sounds dangerous.
Well, believe me, Thornton, Fagor is deadly. And he's programmed to take immediate revenge against the Challenger if anything happens to you. I only hope you'll be enough.
Against those 4? Sounds as if he'll be more than enough. In any case, there's always my ferry. There are enough arms on that now to destroy this whole ship if necessary.
But what about the 2 angels?
Oh, I can handle a couple of computers. Won't take me long to find their control room. You worry about your instructions. As soon as we've discovered Earth, I'll return and lead the invasion fleet.
It could take years, Thornton.
But think of the prize, Halan.
I'd better be getting back to Zelda 5 now. Good luck, Thornton. Till we meet again.
Till we meet again, Halan. Were you listening to that, Angel 1 and 2?
We were listening, Thornton.
And we have located where the robot Fagor is hiding.
But there's not much you can do about him, eh? My mischievous little ancillary guardians of environment and life. You're programmed to protect the Challenger, and you know that I've only to give the command and Fagor could seize control. And if he gets the idea that something has happened to me, he might just do that.
What do you want with us, Thornton?
You 2 want to find the Earth pretty badly, eh? You want power over something more than a survey ship, right? A planet, maybe. A planet like the Earth.
That could be an accurate assessment.
You're damned right it's an accurate assessment. Now, the way I see it is that there's nothing I can do about you, and there's nothing you can do about me, and we're all after the same thing. So we might as well do a deal.
I didn't mean to hurt you, Astra.
Oh, you didn't.
Do you feel any different?
Only that I want to be with you now. Always. Darv, I wonder if it has a purpose.
Darv, Astra, can you hear me?
Yes, Telson.
You're both wanted in the main control room in 1 hour. We're leaving the Zelda 5 orbit.
Where are we going?
We're going to Tursus 9, the nearest star cluster to the solar system.
What?
It has over 2,000 potential suns, and it is the best place to start the Earthsearch mission.
Darv, what's the matter?
Tursus 9. Astra, I'm sure the commander of the second-generation crew said on the hologram that Tursus 9 was where they discovered the Paradise Planet.
Telson has sustained a weight loss of 1% during the last 6-month suspension. I have increased his carbohydrate input by 1 point.
All organs functioning normally. Cerebral activity satisfactory. All hormone balances satisfactory considering the speed we have advanced into full sexual maturity.
You are satisfied, number 2?
I am satisfied. Lower him into the biostatic tank.
We can congratulate ourselves, number 2. All 5 are in excellent condition. Are you ready to proceed with the activation of Sharna?
Ready, number 1.
Dalthon administered. Dosage level 5. Sharna will be at consciousness threshold 3 in 5 seconds.
Sharna, this is Angel 2. Can you hear me, Sharna?
Yes. Angel 2. Can hear you.
Listen carefully to me, Sharna. We are about to wake you. You and the others have been in suspended animation for nearly 2 years, and the Challenger is now halfway to the Tursus 9 star cluster.
You're going to wake us.
We are waking you, Sharna, not the others.
Dosage level 7. She will be at consciousness threshold 2 in 5 seconds.
Listen carefully, Sharna. When you wake up, you will discover that your body has changed, and you will accept those changes as perfectly normal, which they are.
I don't understand. I don't know what you...
Let me speak to her.
Sharna, listen to me. Place your hands on your chest. That's right. Can you feel how you've changed, Sharna?
No! It's wrong. It's ugly.
You're not ugly, Sharna. You're now very beautiful. So very beautiful. And when you wake up, you will think of yourself as being perfectly normal. Do you understand?
Normal.
She's ready now, too. Full consciousness in 5 seconds from now.
Good day, Sharna. Time to wake up.
Oh, good day to you, Angel 2. Hey, what's going on? Why am I the only one awake?
We need you in the observatory, Sharna. We are sorry we have had to wake you, but we considered it necessary.
But why only me? Have we reached the star cluster?
Not yet. After your massage, a service android will bring you a meal in the observatory. We will explain there.
I have it.
Its bearing has remained consistent since we detected its presence 100 hours ago.
Let's take a look at its spectrum. Reflected light. What's its absolute magnitude period?
190 seconds. It could be a regular body with irregular surface colouring, or an irregular body. Whatever it is rotating.
Range over 1,000 million miles.
We will be overhauling it in 30 hours at our present convergent rate.
No for debris or asteroid?
Possible, but unlikely. This region is relatively clear of matter. The particle sweeps have hardly replenished the reservoirs.
We're okay for mass?
Yes.
So, what do we do about that thing?
Angel 1 and I believe that it might be a ship. We have signalled it on all bands.
We have allowed several 4-hour time delay periods between each set of signals, but there has been no response.
Just a minute.
The observatory auxiliaries will confirm our findings regarding its size.
It's about the same size as the Challenger, it seems. You were right to wake me, Angel 2.
Thank you.
We'll carry out another observation in 15 hours, And there should be a 50% improvement in resolution by then.
If it is another ship, she is certain to insist that we bring the others out of suspended animation. Therefore, if we are to move against Thornton, we must do it now. We will attribute his death to the fact that we did not know enough about his metabolism to sustain him in suspended animation. He is a newcomer. The others will accept our explanation.
And what about the warrior robot he smuggled aboard?
Fagor need not worry us despite Thornton's threats. It is a crude device. How is it to know its master is not in a permanent state of suspended animation?
We have lost track of that robot. We have now no idea where it is hiding. There are hundreds of disused galleries throughout the ship, and Fagor is obviously clever enough to know which ones are unmonitored.
He is still operated by a comparatively simple program.
Thornton trusted it to look after him while he was in a state of suspended animation.
Because he had no option. In any case, no one would be foolish enough to build a warrior robot which can self-activate its weapons systems.
So, we destroy Thornton.
If we find the planet Earth, Thornton will want to conquer it. The Earth is a very beautiful and very large planet, but not large enough to accommodate Thornton's ambitions and ours.
Image centered, Angel 2. It's in direct line of sight with the spiral galaxy in Ramades. Can you filter the aberration? I don't believe it. Angel 2, generate the image in the isolation field. I want a good look at it.
The odds against such an encounter are enormous.
I'm not interested. I want the others brought out of suspended animation, immediately.
When you wake,
you will awake.
You will find that your body
there will
has
have
changed.
Changes in your physical
and you will
appearance
think
that you will
nothing
consider normal.
of it. It will seem
You will not
perfectly
worry about
normal.
the changes that have taken place.
Perfectly normal.
Find them
You will not
normal.
worry. The changes had started
Astra.
before you slept, Dar.
Astra, you are now a beautiful young woman.
Now they are
Changes
complete.
are complete.
You will not
You
worry.
will not worry.
You will think of yourself
You are
and the others as being normal.
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 It's no use, Telson.
We've got to get him into a resuscitation capsule. Call one of the surgery androids.
Thornton's had cardiac stimulation, brain stimulation, everything. He's dead.
There must be something
There's nothing we can do now.
I'm sorry, Commander, but Darv is right. It is too late.
So how did it happen, Angel 1?
The suspended animation process involves declination of all organs and their functions until the human body is sustained virtually at the point of death.
I don't want a lecture on suspended animation. I just want to know how Thornton died.
Angel 2 and I have looked after you since you were born. We know every cell in your bodies and the exact needs of your bodies. Thornton was a newcomer. We had insufficient data.
There was a time when all of us used to look upon our guardian angels as infallible. We'd better go and see what it is that Sharna's found.
Image located. It's generated in the isolation field.
A ship? And it's virtually identical to the Challenger. Sharna, that must be a reciprocal image of us you're generating.
It's not, I've checked. You can look at it direct through the optical telescope.
There's writing or something on the main hull. Can you increase the resolution, Sharna?
Right.
Challenger 2. Wow. It's our sister ship.
The Sentinel on the moon mentioned Challenger 2.
Yes, but it told us that Challenger 2 returned to Earth.
Maybe... Oh, no, it's too absurd.
What?
Well, look, our grandparents set off from Earth in this ship to search for an Earth-like planet, right?
So?
We now know 1 million years have passed on Earth. Enough time for Earth technology to take the entire planet out of the solar system.
Yes, yes.
So, what if during that time, Challenger 2 returned as planned, was refitted and sent out on another mission? And there it is now, a drifting derelict.
So what happened to it?
Probably the same thing that happened to us. Its guardian angels took over.
Darv.
Why do you think it's derelict, Sharna?
It hasn't answered our signals. And it looks as if it was struck by a meteoroid so large that its shields couldn't cope. You see the damage it's caused.
No, that's not meteoroid damage.
Hey?
Let's have a close-up of the damaged area.
Oh, right.
Darv's right.
If you look at the damage, you can see that it's been caused by separate internal blasts. Thousands of them.
Sharna, you and I had better go to the main control room and find out how much time and fuel we'll need to match course and velocity with that thing.
You're not thinking of boarding it, Commander.
It may provide a clue as to the whereabouts of Earth.
But if there was trouble aboard and we
Whatever else we may discover inside that ship is immaterial.
Darv? The water reservoir is my favourite place in the whole ship.
Well, we've never explored the whole ship, so you don't know.
Do you suppose that there's still hundreds of lakes all over the Earth?
Well, you've seen the holograms.
But that was the Earth of 1 million years ago. If I ever have a baby, I shall want to watch him playing with you in a real lake, under a real sun. Not like this.
Well, first, we have to discover how babies happen.
I think I know now. Oh, I wish you'd sit up when I'm talking to you.
You think you know?
Well, it's strange, but when we came out of suspended animation, I suddenly realized that I knew... Well, that I knew everything. Didn't you feel the same?
All I want to know is why it is that you've forgotten about the Paradise recording.
Because there's no such planet and there's no such recording.
I'm telling you, Astra, there is. I saw it.
Darv! I just saw a black android move behind those pipes on the other side of the reservoir.
Black? You couldn't have.
I'm telling you, I saw a huge black android, and it was moving without touching the ground.
Look, Astra, none of the service androids are black.
I know what I saw. It was fitted with a space drive unit and lasers. It was jet black, and it glared across at me just before it disappeared.
Particle sweeps fully retracted and locked.
Thank you, Darv. Angel 1, we're matched with Challenger 2. Separation, 1.2 miles. Can we risk jockeying closer?
Well done, Commander. There is nothing to be gained by getting nearer.
She has been in the wars.
I'd say the wars have been in her.
That manoeuvring's cost us 25% of our propellant mass.
Now the question is, where do we enter her with the shuttle?
There's an intact freight bay on the right. See it?
Yes. And there are plenty of large holes, big enough to edge the shuttle through.
Oh, rather you than me.
It won't be you. You and Astra and Sharna will remain in the control room while I take a look inside.
No, Telson. You're not going by yourself. I'm going with you.
There's no point in risking two of us.
There's no point in risking any of us. If you're going, then I'm going with you. And I don't want any argument.
What are you smirking at, Darv?
Me? Nothing, Commander.
Angel 2, I have detected the warrior robot.
Fagor,
It has just passed through Bay 7.
the doors to Bay 7 are locked. There is no airlock, and it is in a permanent state of vacuum since the great meteoroid strike.
First it was in Bay 7, and then it was not. I doubt if Fagor concerns himself with doors if he wishes to move anywhere. He is a formidable sight, too, over 10 feet high. Helan wasn't exaggerating about his powers after all.
He is an android, number 1. Androids are simple to dispose of.
Fagor is no ordinary android, too. Perhaps he knows about the death of Thornton. Perhaps he has a facility for monitoring Thornton's brain rhythm activity.
You are right to be concerned, number 1. He has just passed through Corridor 21 by smashing straight through the bulkheads. And now he is moving along Corridor 8. It would appear that he is following the signs to the main control room.
Shuttle to Challenger.
Go ahead, Commander.
How are the holograms we're sending you?
Very good.
The close-ups show that the damage was definitely caused by internal discharges of plasma weapons.
Sharna is lining up now. We should be entering the ship in 2 minutes. Out.
We'll have a 2-yard clearance all round, Telson.
Forward 3. Steady. Steady.
Approach line loaded and locked.
Lights.
Lights on.
Ugh, it's a mess, Sharna. Forward 5.
Challenger to shuttle. Challenger to shuttle. Oh, no. You know what's happened, Astra? Telson didn't release the transmitter relay when he entered the ship.
Try the very low frequency channels.
Yeah. Challenger to shuttle. Challenger to shuttle. Oh, that's just great. We've lost audio and visual contact. What the... Oh.
No one moves.
No, look!
I said no one moves. Next time, Fagor kills. Where is the master? I am no longer monitoring his heartbeat.
Darv, it's that android. I knew I'd seen him.
You move, and you're dead. Where is the master?
We don't know who you mean.
The blasts get nearer and nearer until you remember.
Look, we don't know who you mean. Who is the master? Our commander is Telson, and he's inside that ship that you can see on the video screen. There's no point in blasting about unless you tell us who you mean. Are you from that ship?
Grand Emperor Thorden, ruler of the Solaric Empire. You have 3 seconds to tell me where he is.
Well, Thorden is...
Can you read a plan?
Fagor can read anything.
Angel 2, display a plan of the active parts of the ship on the main screen.
Plan on main screen as requested.
Now look, we're here, you see? And the master is here, 3 levels down. This chamber here.
Recycling chamber? What is recycling chamber?
The master is safe there. I promise.
If you are lying, Fagor returns and kills.
I am sorry, Darv. There was not time to warn you. He moves very quickly in straight lines.
Yes, well, he'll move even quicker when he discovers Thorden's body. We're going to have to hide. And somehow we've got to get word to Telson and Sharna that there's a piece of Thorden's nastiness on the loose, and that it's capable of breaking out of the ship if his thrusters are intended for moving in space.
Darv, I have a suggestion to make. There is the space ferry Thorden used to board the Challenger. It is in Stowage Bay 4.
Oh. We'll have to turn back, Sharna. We can't go any further into the ship.
Why, what's the matter?
I forgot to release the relay transmitter receiver.
Oh.
We've lost contact with the Challenger.
Well, we might as well press on and leave by another hole. We're certain to find one. Besides...
Yes?
Well, this probably sounds silly, but... Well, I'm enjoying being with you.
I was thinking the same.
That's odd.
What?
There's some gravity here, which means that some of the ship's systems are still working.
Sharna, set her down a minute. There's an intact freight airlock door straight ahead.
Telson, the rear view screen, there's a door sliding shut. We're trapped.
Maybe not. Ease her backwards. Ah, there. The door's opening. We're actually in an automatic airlock, Sharna. Now, if you set the shuttle down in the centre, we'll see what happens.
"10 minutes we've been waiting, Telson. Well, there's no point
Look
in
at the ambient pressure indicators.
8.
We've got ourselves an atmosphere outside. The question is it breathable?
20% oxygen, 80% nitrogen, temperature 22, gravity 7. Home from home.
Well, it proves the systems are still working. But we can't go out without mobility suits. For all we know, the air could be leaking out as fast as it's being pumped in.
All right, we'll wear the suits and keep the visors open till they're needed.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
What? Don't do that.
I think you're wasting your breath, Telson. Look, come on. Yeah. There's a door over here. Let's try it. These suits aren't meant to be worn in gravity, Telson. Couldn't we do without them? They're damn uncomfortable.
We keep them on until we're absolutely sure of the atmospheric integrity of this place.
Touch panel to open door.
Not yet, Sharna. Take your PD weapon out of its holster.
We don't need
Do
PD
as I say.
weapons.
Now you can open the door.
It'll be deserted. The ship's one vast tomb. I don't believe it. Telson, look.
No, we're not monsters. We're just like you. No, we don't mean to frighten you, please. Look, I'll take my helmet off.
What have we walked into, Telson?
We better go back. Sharna, there's no sign of that door.
There must be. Yes, here are the seals.
There must be a release somewhere.
Drop your guns or we open fire in 5 seconds. Drop them!
Do as he says.
Now, put your hands above your head. Higher. That's right. Remain like that or we open fire.
These are the two we picked up in the marketplace, sir. They give their names as Telson and Sharna. The female is Sharna, sir.
Thank you, Dren. No other names?
No, sir. And they were wearing these one-piece garments and helmets, obviously designed to cause panic.
Now, look.
You will not speak unless you're
Please,
spoken to.
Dren. A protracted party last night at the Chief Executive's home.
Sorry, sir.
I think you had better sit down. Telson and Sharna.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's better. My name is Kroll. I have the customary 4 other names. I'd like to hear yours, please.
We don't have other names. We're from the starship Challenger, which is lying alongside this ship.
You will confine yourself to answering questions.
Dren.
Sorry, sir.
Your citizen's number, please. Hold out your wrist.
No numbers, sir. I've checked.
Now, that is interesting, Telson and Sharna.
If you will let me speak. We're from a starship, the sister ship to this one.
I'm very stupid, Telson. You must explain, what is a starship?
You mean you don't know? But you must know, you're living on one.
On one what?
A starship is, well, it's a ship that travels to the stars.
Ah, yes, of course. And where are these stars? Perhaps you would like to tell me, Sharna.
The stars are in space.
All of them?
I don't think much of your sense of humour.
I don't think much of under-people terrorising the citizens of Holocaust City.
What are under-people?
Or under-people that insult my intelligence by telling me lies.
These are their weapons, sir. They're similar to ours. We've tested them.
The time is approaching when another war will be called for before they get too strong again.
Can I ask you a question?
By all means, Sharna.
Do you know what space is?
But of course, my child. As captain of Holocaust City, I am entitled to more space than any other citizen, with the exception of the chief executive, of course.
So you don't know what is beyond Holocaust City?
The underworld, filled with creatures such as yourselves.
Look, if you would let us take you to our space shuttle, we could show you our ship and your ship. We could show you space and the stars. We can show you the entire heavens, billions upon billions of stars and galaxies shining out, the entire glory of the universe.
It's no use, Telson.
This concept of space you have, it's obviously very important to you.
Well, of course space is important. It's where everything is.
Including the underworld?
Including Earth.
Earth?
Why, yes. Have you heard of it?
Well, yes. Yes, we've heard of Earth. Is Earth important to you?
We're searching for it. We were born in space on the Challenger, our starship, but the Earth is the home of our grandparents, our true home, if you like. And yours too, because you too must be descended from the people of the Earth.
Oh, if you'd said right at the beginning that you were searching for Earth, it would have saved misunderstanding all round.
Then we can go?
We'll send you on your way in the morning. But first, you must dine with me, as my guests of honour. Afterwards, my servants will prepare a room for you. It's small, but I'm sure you will find it most comfortable.
Telson,
Hmm?
it's dawn. It's starting to get light. I wonder how they do that.
Yes, some form of diffuse lighting radiated from the inside of the dome. It's probably controlled by computers that they don't know even exist.
Good morning, Sharna. Telson. I hope the bed was comfortable.
We didn't get much sleep thinking about Earth.
Among other things.
We can't really believe that we're on our way to Earth at last.
Well, that's understandable. Are we ready? Now? No point in keeping you any longer. And there's a large crowd gathering in the marketplace to say farewell to you. You made quite an impression yesterday. I think we'll walk. It's not far.
Why all these people, Kroll?
That's it. Up the steps.
I think there's some mistake, Kroll. Our space shuttle is behind that wall over there.
Dren is doing the honors for you.
Look, how can you send us to Earth
What
from...
religion are you? Do you have religions in the underworld?
Religion?
The general prayers, I fancy, Dren. And the hoods, as there are children present. I despair of some parents.
Kroll, I don't understand.
O mighty power, guardian of the fusion reactors of our beautiful Holocaust city, giver of light and warmth, sentinel of the food farms, we ask you to accept the spirits of these creatures into your eternal kingdom of the planet Earth, where they will find life everlasting.
Excellent. Now, if you would just stand on the traps, Sharna, Telson, and you'll be on your way.
Darv, careful, you're going to...
Oh! Sorry. Controls are so light. Hey, Astra, look, a new touch display panel has appeared. Plasma cannons, heat-seeking anti-personnel lasers, infrared followers...
Don't... Darv.
Well, we could have blasted our way into this wreck instead of going through that hole.
This isn't a space ferry. It's a fighter. It's bristling with weapons. Thornton lied when he said that it was an unarmed personal transport. And he said nothing about bringing that huge black android aboard the Challenger.
Well, can you blame him for not trusting us? The wonder is that he allowed Angel 1 and 2 to put him into suspended animation. Obviously, he was depending on Fagor to monitor his safety. Damned android's probably storming through the Challenger right now, smashing everything up.
You think the Angels killed Thornton deliberately?
Yes.
So do I, Darv.
Oh, we're learning, Astra. Yeah, everything's pretty derelict outside. Here, look, there's a junction in the gallery ahead. And the question is, which way did Telson and Sharna go?
Darv, set the ferry down.
Why?
Just set it down.
There. Now, what's the matter?
I saw something move behind that wreckage.
You're always seeing things.
I wasn't wrong about Fagor. Let's get some lights on it.
There's nothing there. Besides, the interior of this hulk is a vacuum. Nothing could... Oh.
Now, what do you suppose that thing is?
Oh, an android?
I don't think so. His movements are too fluid. It's a man wearing some sort of space mobility suit.
Yes, I think he wants to talk to us. See if there's a channel he can be contacted on.
Hello. This is a space ferry from the starship Challenger. Do you read me, stranger? Hello, do you read me? Well, that's on all channels. He hasn't got a radio.
Now he's pointing at the airlock.
You're not going to let him in.
It's the only way we're going to learn anything. Open the outer door.
Darv, we can't take the risk. He might...
He's unarmed, and at the moment he's our only chance of finding Sharna and Telson. Just have your PD weapon at the ready.
Visual 3. He's entering the airlock. I hope you know what you're doing, Darv.
I don't, my love. Close the outer door.
Equalizing pressure. Before I open the inner door, have you got your PD trained on it?
Yeah. Okay. Ready. Not even the oldest videos showed spacesuits that crude. Hey, that's far enough, whoever you are. Now take your helmet off.
Hello. Oh, Universe, you've no idea how glad we are to see you. And you speak our language. We were terrified in case the first couple were the only two from your ship. I say, are those things awfully dangerous? It's just that I'm about to be licensed for childbearing. It'd be awful if anything were to happen to me. I'd never get another chance.
Hold on. First things first. Who are you?
You really do speak our language. You're not using translators or anything?
We're not using translators. Who are you?
Oh, Universe, you must think I'm rude. My name's Lennart. You know, we heard that the first two spoke our language, but we didn't believe the reports. There's so few of us left now that we're having to send half-trained observers into Holocaust City.
Please, Lennart, one thing at a time.
Oh, sorry, I always talk too much when I'm nervous. I suppose you want to know about your friend.
They entered this hulk 9 hours ago in a space shuttle, and we've heard nothing from them since.
They were arrested in the marketplace yesterday.
I think I'm going insane. What marketplace? Who arrested them?
Can this spacecraft function in an atmosphere?
I don't see why not.
Is it armed?
Yes, it is, and so are we. And if you don't tell us
Just a minute,
exactly...
Darv. Listen, Lennart. If Telson and Sharna are in danger, then you must tell us, and tell us now.
We can rescue them if we're quick. Let's get moving and I'll try and explain.
You'll explain now?
No, please. We must get through those gallery airlocks ahead of us as soon as possible.
Oh, very well. External air pressure and temperature now normal. Right, we're through into the gallery airlock.
And I've opened our airlock doors, Darv.
Where now, Lennart? Come on.
Holocaust City's on the other side of these bulkheads. But I don't know where the secret entrances are. Only our agents are shown where they're hidden.
Okay, then. We'll manage without entrances. Ready, Astra?
Laser cannons ready.
Fire. Right. We should be able to get through that.
What a lovely way of making holes! Oh, Universe, this is fun! Death to Holocaust City!
Lennart, leave the cannons alone. There's no need to kill everyone.
We'll never get a chance like this again! Look at them going down! Ah!
Astra, I can see them. They're standing on some sort of stage in the middle of the marketplace. I'm going in low.
15 degrees left. Do something about that crazy girl!
Lennart, stop firing!
Oh, Universe, they'll give me an unlimited baby license for the next 20 years!
5 left. Reduce speed, Darv. You'll overshoot.
Right, I've got them on rear visual, Astra. I'll reverse. Tell me when to stop.
30 yards. 20. 10. Stop. Down 5. Telson! Sharna, can you climb onto those cross beams?
We can't!
Our hands are tied behind our backs.
Look, I'll give you a hand. Come on, quickly.
Come on, through.
Here. Can you manage?
Yes.
Step up onto here.
Oh! Someone's shooting at us!
I'll deal with them! Oh, God, did you see that?
Yes, Lennart, I saw it.
Oh, Universe, this is more fun than the sex competitions.
Okay, Darv. They're aboard. I'm going to close the airlock doors.
Oh, well done, you two.
Who are all those people?
The Earth worshippers. They were going to hang you for blasphemy. They like to hang anyone who thinks that the Earth might be a real place. Now, keep still and I'll untie your wrists. Who is this?
Lennart. Commander Telson and Sharna.
Hello.
And we know as much about Lennart as you do, except that she's a bit bloodthirsty.
Hello, Commander. Sharna. Hello. Oh, it's them or us with the Earth worshippers. And for once, it was them. You'd best turn the ferry round, Darv, and I'll show you the way back to our regions of the ship.
Right.
I'm sure Tandor will want to meet you. She's the leader of the Underpeople.
It's a long story, Tandor. Long and unbelievable.
I would like to hear the outline, Telson. And when I've heard it, I will decide what we should do with you. Because you are enemies of the Earth worshippers...
We are no one's enemy. Show us the way out of this hulk so that we can return to our ship and we'll be on our way.
Because you are enemies of the Earth worshippers, it does not follow that you are a friend of my underpeople. I hope my logic is clear. Now tell your story, Commander.
Our grandparents set out in our starship from Earth 115 years ago. Their mission was to find an Earth-type planet because it was feared that the sun was due to go nova, a blow-up, that is.
We both speak the same language, Commander. Continue.
The ship's control systems, we call them angels, had extended the voyage and increased our speed to just below the speed of light. The result was that we returned to discover that 1 million years had passed in our solar system, although 115 years ship time had passed, and the Earth had vanished.
Vanished?
Technology on Earth had advanced so much that it had become possible to take the planet out of the solar system to a new sun.
You've never seen Earth?
No. We were born on the Challenger.
Which happens to be the name of this ship.
That picture you have, it's a stereograph of Earth.
What of it?
We're descended from the same people. This ship of yours, or what's left of it, is the sister of our ship.
That I guessed.
We thought it was a derelict hulk.
A hulk, but not derelict. The fusion reactors are still working. They provide us with light, warmth, energy, and will continue to do so for many millions of years, just as yours will.
What happened to your ship?
What little there is left of the ancient records tell us that our ancestors set out from Earth. The second generation crew divided into two rival factors over how the ship should be run. The difference of opinion became an argument with the third, a feud with the fourth, a war with the fifth generation, a very bitter and bloody war.
Which your people lost.
We have our independence, and they have theirs. We believe that life on the ship represents the sum of our total existence, and that we'd better make the best of it. We have seen space and the stars, and try to understand them. The Earth worshippers believe that life on the ship is one step towards an eternal life, outside time and space, on their marvelous mythical Earth.
But surely they know that this ship is...
Floating in space?
Well, yes.
We've taken prisoners to the observation dome, and they've either gone completely insane or accused us of trying to warp their minds with optical illusions.
How can anyone reject space?
Why not? Over the generations, the Earth worshippers have gradually sealed off their minds and their Holocaust city from reality. It's easier to do than you think, Commander. To them, the ship is their universe.
We told them that the Earth was a real place and that we were searching...
Which is why they were going to hang you. You blasphemed against their beliefs.
Look, Tandor, your ship could join our ship in the search for the planet Earth. We're on our way to the star cluster Tursus, where there are hundreds of main sequence suns, all within a few light years of each other, and it's the nearest star cluster to the Earth's original solar system. We're pretty certain that that's where we'll find the Earth.
No, Commander Telson.
But you know that the Earth exists, Tandor. You've got that stereograph, and we've got thousands of videos and holograms in our library. It's a planet, an entire planet. Lakes, hills, forests. Your people would become free. They'd know what it was like to be outdoors under a blue sky, to feel a warm sun on their backs and a fresh breeze on their face.
And you know about these things, of course.
Well, no, but we do have holograms on our ship that...
Dream machines. And you think I should offer my people a beautiful future in which all their dreams come true? Well, I will tell you something, Commander. They have had many generations of rulers who have promised them the Earth, that better times were to be had, and they became bitterly disillusioned. There was a revolution, and my dynasty came to power, and they have held on to that power because we have spoken the truth of the unchanging present. We conserve, we recycle, we maintain a fixed population level. We are not happy all the time, but we are content.
It sounds depressing.
Not as depressing as dreams that can never be fulfilled. And so long as the elixir of life bank can be replenished every so often, there are rare moments of joy in our community.
The elixir of life bank?
I think we have talked for long enough, Commander Telson. You will wish to return to your friends and prepare for the special celebration I'm planning in honor of you and Darv.
There are 4 of us, Tandor.
Oh, Sharna and Astra will be welcome to attend, of course. Most welcome.
We're very grateful for being rescued. We would like to be on our way.
But I must insist that you stay for the celebration.
I don't understand. What is there to celebrate?
That you and Darv are different. You both have different color, hair, and eyes from everyone on this ship. Different from us and the Earth worshippers. Oh, you look baffled. Your blood, Commander. New blood.
New blood?
That's what she said.
But what did she mean?
I don't know.
Well, I don't mind giving blood, but they don't know what blood groups we are. They haven't tested us.
Maybe she was speaking figuratively.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Am I say it?
I said I'm sorry.
You should never have allowed them to take your PD weapons away from you.
You and Sharna lost yours.
We were captured by the Earth
Oh,
worshippers.
look, there's no point in arguing.
What else is there to do? We don't know if we're with friends or enemies. We don't know where the shuttle is. We don't know where the ferry is.
We could find them easily enough.
How?
We just walk out and look for them. The door's not locked.
You try it, Telson. You walk out of that door and you'll be joined by 2 or 3 pretty girls who look exactly the same as Lennart, who will beg you to return to this room.
We tried it while you were seeing Tandor.
Twice. They showed us back here. All smiles and apologies and worried about our safety in case the Earth worshippers counterattacked, they said.
What do they want with us?
We're the new blood, remember? So, when does this so-called celebration or whatever it is start?
Sometime tonight.
No, oh, Leonard. I can feed myself.
And so can I feed you. Oh, don't you like it?
It's great. Hey, careful. What is it?
Meat, silly.
Meat?
Oh, universe, don't say you've never heard of meat.
I remember reading about it in the library. Hey, no, you dropped it down me, you crazy girl. Oh, yes.
You might as well eat, Astra.
I'm not hungry.
How long since you've eaten?
Just leave me alone.
Perhaps it would be better, Telson.
What's the matter with her?
I'll have a word with her in a minute.
You know, this is good.
It's meat, according to the girl who served us. Oh, I hate sitting cross-legged.
Meat? I remember something about it.
Darv would know.
He's got his arm round her now. It's extraordinary behaviour. She doesn't seem to mind either.
No. Nothing, Telson.
There's something odd about this place. This is good. You try some.
What's that? Something odd about this place?
All women, no men.
I despair. I was wondering when you'd notice.
Astra, you must eat something, please.
I don't want anything. Just leave me alone.
Yes, I noticed right away. I thought maybe it was a custom. The women start the party off and the men join in later. It's now been going on for what, an hour?
There are no men among the underpeople. Oh, my back's aching. Can I lean against you?
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful. And Astra.
She's beautiful, Tandor, isn't she?
Why aren't you eating?
I suppose so.
We pride ourselves on our food. And as this celebration is so special, I authorize the slaughter of
Hello,
several...
Tandor.
Are you all enjoying yourselves?
Well, we might if we knew what we were supposed to be celebrating.
But I've told you, Commander. We're celebrating you and Darv. The new blood.
Tandor?
Leonard?
Please, can I leave the party for a few minutes with Darv?
You know that's out of the question.
Oh, please, Tandor, nothing can happen. I haven't been licensed yet. There's no danger. And it was me who found them.
Well, it doesn't look as if Astra likes the idea. But then she'll soon have to get used to it.
I don't give a damn what they do.
Now look, Darv stays with us.
Please.
Very well then, Leonard. But no longer than 30 minutes.
They've been gone from the Challenger for 50 hours, Number 2. We must devise a method of entering that hulk to find out what has happened to them.
Even if we have the shuttle or the ferry, none of our service androids have the reprogramming capability to operate the craft unsupervised.
Perhaps we could send a soft landing instrument package into the hulk. At least we would get pictures.
Through several layers of Herculaneum alloy. But there is one possibility, Number 1. Thornton's advanced android. Fagor. We must attempt communication with him.
It would be extremely dangerous, Number 2. Fagor knows nothing about our existence. He's convinced it was members of the crew who killed his master.
Where is he now?
In one of the corridors. He's engaged in an orgy of destruction.
No one. The cowardly vermin hide from Fagor. When Fagor finds them, Fagor kills. Kills.
Fagor.
The murder of the Lord Thornton.
Fagor.
So you're hiding in there. Come out slowly and Fagor will kill you quickly. Come out quickly and Fagor will kill you slowly.
Listen, Fagor. There is no one there. We are all around. We are the angels. Angel 1 and Angel 2. We are the Challenger's control systems. All that does is destroy one voice terminal, Fagor. There are 1 million throughout.
Then Fagor will destroy 1 million voice terminals.
Listen, Fagor. We are lying alongside the hulk of a starship that was once the Challenger's sister ship many thousands of years ago. Somewhere in that hulk are the 4 members of our crew. They know how your master was killed. Can you move in space?
Fagor can move anywhere at any speed.
Then go out there and bring them back to the ship, Fagor, and you will be able to avenge the death of your master.
You are trying to get rid of me. Fagor will return to the main control room and take over the ship. Then you will tell Fagor the truth about his master. Nothing will be hidden from him.
Fagor! No! No! Only the crew have the skills to run the ship.
Fagor will seize the ship. You will teach Fagor the skills. And Fagor will avenge the master's murder.
Well done, number 1. A singular success.
I got you!
Oh, universe! Oh, I can't breathe! Get off me!
So who's the fastest runner?
I didn't realise that men were so fast. Oh, look, Darv, we'd better find our clothes and get back. Come on your feet.
Oh, there's no hurry. We've another 10 minutes.
Well, it'll take us 5 minutes to get back to the party. Now, come on your feet.
Oh, but there's so much I want to find out.
Well, I was born nearly 20 years
ago.
No.
About why there aren't any men among the under people.
Oh, you do ask some funny questions. Of course there are men. We've got a collection of at least 50. None of them are like you, though, Darv.
I'd like to meet them.
We must get back. Oh, you're hurting my arm.
I said I'd like to meet them, Lennart.
Well, you can't. Oh!
No one will hear you. You said yourself that everyone is at the party. Now, do we see your collection of men, or do I break your pretty arm?
Through here.
It's like our suspended animation chamber on the Challenger.
It's one of the ship's few original systems still in working order. The lead shielding and double doors were added later to keep out radiation.
20, 25, 30...
There are 51 chambers.
But the whole point of suspended animation is that the entire population is made unconscious when journeying between stars, not just the men.
It's better that they're like that.
Why?
We must go now, Darv. I've shown you the men. If Tandor were to find out, I could... No, Darv, you mustn't touch.
Then why are the men kept in suspended animation and not the rest of them?
Please, Darv.
Sit at the control console. Sit down.
Oh.
Okay. Now touch out the video data on 41, I think.
Darv!
Do as I say.
Hello. My name is 41. I was born during the 7th generation, and I was last activated during the 110th generation when I helped provide Karina of the Velos family with a daughter. Here is a stereograph of the baby. She had brown eyes and a fair skin, and would have grown into a very lovely young woman. I am an accomplished player of many musical instruments, and I have a fund of amusing and witty stories. Please touch out your genetic identity code, and the bioanalysis system will display a picture of what our daughter will look like. I do hope you will select me, and I'm sure we will have a most enjoyable month together.
Their elixir is pure, which is why we look after them very carefully. Nearly all the babies born in Holocaust City are mutations and have to be destroyed.
But even in suspended animation, one ages, however slowly.
They used to be over 80. As they lose their fertility, they're destroyed.
And Telson and I are to be the new blood.
Darv, would you believe me if I said that I don't want this to happen to you both?
That depends, Lennart.
On what?
On whether you would be willing to show me where our PD weapons are hidden.
Darv! Lennart, you're just in time for the last course. You were longer than I said, Lennart, but I'll overlook it on this occasion.
Thank you, Tandor.
You must excuse me, but I must circulate.
I think you ought to speak to Astra, Darv.
There's nothing I have to say to him, now or ever.
Telson.
Where did you get this?
Put it out of sight. Now listen, all of you, and you, Astra. Thanks to Lennart, Telson and I now have a PD sidearm each, and she's prepared to lead us back to the shuttle and the ferry.
Is that right, Lennart?
I want to come with you.
In that case, I'm staying.
Now, look here.
Shh. Look, Astra, we've got the chance to escape. But what's the point if you stay? We can't manage the Challenger without you, and you know we can't. Look, please, Astra, we need you, and we wouldn't dream of leaving without you.
What's the point, Sharna?
I took Darv away from the party to show him where your PD weapons were hidden.
Is that the truth?
Well, of course it's the truth.
I'm asking Darv.
It's the truth.
The best thing is for Darv and Telson to cover us as we leave. We'll use that exit over there, as it's nearest to your spacecraft.
Are you with us, Astra? Good. All right then, Darv. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. No one is to move, and no one will get hurt.
Don't move. Next time I won't aim at the floor.
Okay, start moving towards the exit.
And where are you going, Commander?
Back to our ship, Tandor. I'm only sorry that we can't stay for the end of the party.
We'll throw another one for you when you return, Commander.
Please, Lennart. They'll kill you if you stay.
Darv, I'm about to start the motors. Get those airlock doors shut.
I don't think so. Perhaps it would be better if I stayed. When you find Earth, come and search for us.
Sure.
Darv!
Hey, I'm getting scorched. You'd better go now. Goodbye, Darv. I'll think of you.
Goodbye, Lennart. Good luck.
Get a move on, Astra.
Stand by to follow me, Telson.
Okay. Power on. I've just thought of something. We forgot to warn Telson about Fagor.
What are you waiting for? We've got enough to blast our way out of this hull and make a large enough hole for Telson to follow in the shuttle.
I'm giving Lennart time to get through the airlock. Okay, she's gone. Stand by.
I never thought that the stars could look so beautiful.
Telson's following. Steady.
Directional stability feels a bit odd. It must be the air rushing out past us.
Telson?
Go ahead, Darv. Watch the turbulence as you leave the hull. Okay, you're looking good. You've got a clear 3 feet all round.
Hey, careful, Astra. What are you doing?
I'm swinging right round the hull. What does it look like?
Oh, no. Tell me it's not true.
It's true, right enough. Now what do we do?
Astra, what's the matter?
I think you better tell him.
Telson, the Challenger's vanished. There's no sign of her.
Damn this useless equipment.
Thornton's fighter obviously wasn't designed for long-range searching.
No, but it's faster and better equipped than the shuttle, which is why Sharna and I came across. Any sign of the Challenger, Sharna?
Just 20+ magnification.
Darv?
Radar sweep sector 275, nothing. Switching to 276.
It takes 4 people to control the Challenger, so how did that android manage it?
Fagor may be a warrior android, but he's probably cunning enough to realize what we've realized, that it's possible to reprogram service androids to undertake control room operations.
Calculations complete. Assuming that Fagor seized control of the Challenger within 30 minutes of Darv and I leaving it, and assuming maximum acceleration, well, then the Challenger must be within 1 million miles.
I got an echo then.
No readings.
I was random sweeping. I'll try again. Are you ready?
Give me an audio reference for the telescope guidance.
On audio. Stand by.
Come on. Oh, useless.
I'll try 5 seconds of arc around the node. I definitely had an echo. Stand by. Unidentified object bearing 276.85, range 392,000 miles.
I've got it! It's the Challenger! 400,000 miles on optical ranging. And her main drive's closed down.
Which means her recessional velocity will be constant.
So let's get after her.
No. Wait, we need a lot more data.
Oh, come on, Telson. If we sit around here scratching about for information, that 400,000-mile gap's going to become 500,000.
I'm not worried about distance, Darv. What concerns me is time. How long it's going to take us to catch up with the Challenger, and how that period equates with our air supplies.
Telson.
Before we do anything else,
We're going to put the computer to work on some calculations.
And transferring the liquid oxygen reservoirs from the shuttle will give us 156 hours air supply.
156 hours. What about the mobility suits?
That's another 20 hours.
176 hours. Astra's figures agree with mine.
Yes. And we'll be using some of the mobility suit supplies to transfer the reservoirs from the shuttle to the fighter. Say, 3 hours. Well, there's your answer. We've got 173 hours air supply for the 4 of us. And it's going to take 200 hours to reach the Challenger in this ferry and double the time in the shuttle.
So we use the ferry?
We don't use anything.
Oh,
if you want to waste breath arguing with me, you go right ahead. But you can't argue with those figures. If we go after the Challenger, we'll have been dead for 27 hours by the time we reach it.
Surely we can at least try.
No one would be happier than me if you can prove those figures wrong, Astra.
So what do we do?
We re-enter the hulk of Challenger 2 and try to join one of their societies.
No.
I don't see that we have any choice.
Yes, well, it just so happens that the people in that ship do have a choice, whether we live or whether we die. We're not too popular with them just at the moment, and I have this feeling that if we showed our noses in that hulk, they'd opt for the latter.
Supposing 2 of us hid in the hulk, while 2 went after the Challenger, and then came back in the Challenger to collect us.
Sometimes I think I'm the only one using his brains. We have 2 small spacecraft, right? This fighter of Thornton's, which is armed, and the space shuttle, which is unarmed. Whoever goes into the hulk will need the fighter's armaments for defense, and whoever goes after the Challenger will need the fighter's armament to deal with Fagor.
Sorry I spoke.
And I'm against us splitting up.
I suppose I always knew that we had no hope of ever finding Earth.
I'm sorry, Astra. For what little comfort it is, at least we can say we tried.
You call this trying, Telson? Sitting here doing nothing except feeling sorry for ourselves?
Look, our best hope of survival is to take over Challenger 2 by force. Who knows, maybe we can repair its main drive and continue the Earthsearch.
I suggest you sit at this observation port for a few minutes and take a good look at that wreck.
Now look,
I
Darv.
don't know about you 3, but I'm starving. I'm going across to the shuttle to get some food and put together some sort of meal.
Okay, I'll give you a hand, Sharna.
How much food and water do we have?
I'll check when we've finished eating. At a guess, about 400 hours.
That's something, I suppose. Our food will outlast our oxygen.
So how do we grab control of the hulk?
They've all had a demonstration of the ferry's plasma cannons and the damage they can inflict. We've only to re-enter the ship.
What's the matter, Telson?
Exhaustion catching up with me. We've only... What was I saying?
We re-enter the ship with the ferry...
Sharna! What's the matter? Oh, Telson!
It's all right, Astra. They'll be okay. Just help me move them aft and make them comfortable.
But I don't understand.
I said they'll be okay. Get hold of his feet.
But they're both unconscious.
So would you be if you'd swallowed 2 grains of morphon. Give me a hand and stop arguing.
But why, Darv?
Because sleeping bodies use less oxygen and they don't argue. Okay, now Sharna. When we've done that, we're going to strip this ferry of everything. Every item of mass that isn't essential. We're going after the Challenger.
Jettisoning complete. Both airlock doors shut.
We're moving away from the hulk. Ejecting all unnecessary fittings has given us an additional 20 miles per hour push. Not much, but it all helps.
Your arrogance amazes me sometimes, Darv. Thinking that you know better than the computers.
The only computers that have a will to live are Angels 1 and 2, not the control and navigation computers on board this thing. Load the inertials.
Loaded. Challenger's range now 50100.
Orientation?
Orientation set. Darv, you can't argue with the figures. We will have been dead for 27 hours, 33 minutes by the time we reach the Challenger.
Main drive ignition set. But we don't know how well Thornton looked after this thing. The main drive computer says we have enough fuel for a 200-second burn. Well, supposing there's a 10% error factor. A 220-second burn means we'll reach the Challenger inside the 27 hours.
And suppose the 10% works the other way and gives us a 180-second burn?
Oh, we'll see. Main thrust ignition 3 seconds from now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 200, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, 9,
You're reading
10, 11.
That's it then.
11 seconds of maximum thrust over estimate.
Let's see what the readings are now. There you have it. We will have been dead 9 hours by the time we reach the Challenger.
But it's an improvement, Astra.
Your logic is crazy. 9 hours, 900 hours, we'll still be dead.
Oh, maybe I'll think of something.
You think us into messes, Darv. Never out of them.
That's not true. Whenever
Look,
I've tried to do...
We've got to conserve air, so there's no point in arguing.
I'll check the carbon dioxide absorbent pads in the air purifiers, and you check Sharna's and Telson's wrist monitors. After that, we'll lie down on a bunk.
We jettison the bunks.
So we'll lie on the floor, then.
Darv, wake up!
Huh?
What's that noise?
How long have we been asleep?
15 hours. What's that noise?
It sounds like it could be an air purifier. Oh, yes, it is. The carbon dioxide level is up 2 points. I'll raise the alarm threshold by 5 points. No point in bleeding off from the oxygen reservoirs until we have to.
Right, I'll have a look at Telson and Sharna. Well, they're okay. Telson's bloodstream oxygen level is down slightly, but the brain activity is normal.
15 hours sleep and I still feel dead.
Well, only to be expected if the carbon dioxide level's up.
Astra. I'm sorry I shouted at you.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. So what do we do now?
Oh, go back to sleep is about the best thing.
I feel stiff all over.
If you're a good girl, I'll let you use my arm as a pillow. How about that?
Angel 2, I would like a verification. Examine Sector 384 in Zone Grid 8.
I am devising a program to defeat Fagor. It is essential that we concentrate all our resources on that one problem.
Your verification may provide a solution. Ensure all control room visuals are clear first. It would be as well not to alert Fagor.
It's the ferry.
My analysis was correct. Blue shift indicates an approach velocity of 2,500 miles per hour. If we edge a laser communication projector until it is bearing on the ferry, there is the possibility that we may be able to contact it without arousing Fagor's suspicions.
We're not giving them any more morphon. We've got to let them recover consciousness.
We don't have to get them into the mobility suits for another 6 hours.
You said that 4 hours ago.
I was mistaken.
But you said that you double-checked the figures.
Look, we're not getting enough oxygen for the two of us to think straight, let alone bring Sharna and Telson round. What are you doing?
I'm going to check the figures for myself.
Look, there's no need, Astra.
Take your hands off the display. 20 hours.
Okay, so I made a minor error.
20 hours? Well, that's some error when we had it down to 9 hours.
Look, there's no point in arguing. We're just wasting oxygen.
Not as fast as you waste it with your dumb figures.
I suppose I should have told you before. The truth is, we've got a hull leak.
What?
There was an internal air pressure drop when I tried shutting down the oxygen replenishment system. I'm sorry, Astra.
In that case, we definitely don't give Telson and Sharna any more morphon. We must allow them to regain consciousness.
All right. No more recriminations. You thought you were acting in the best interests of all of us.
Can I have some more water, please, Astra? My tongue is stuck to the roof of my mouth.
I'm sorry, Sharna.
Don't keep saying that. It's done.
Let's take a look at the latest figures. Oh, I'm stiff.
I checked them a few minutes ago, Telson. There's going to be a 19-hour shortfall in our oxygen supply.
And that means that we need a 30% increase in velocity to reach the Challenger.
What about using the directional thrusters, They give us some extra velocity. Not much, of course.
It's an idea. Though we'd better leave some fuel for course corrections. 100 seconds directional thrust from now.
Five, 96, 97, 98, 9.
Cut.
Revised figures. Oxygen supply shortfall 17 hours.
Well, it's something, I suppose.
Thrust. We've got to eject matter to give us thrust.
Well, as you can see, we've already ejected all fixtures and fittings that weren't essential.
Couldn't we rip up the floor and side panels and sling them out?
We can't afford to exert ourselves, and besides, opening the airlock would waste too much air. What are you doing, Sharna?
I'm taking a look at the diagrams of this thing.
What are you looking for?
I don't know yet. Emergency fire drill. Main engine.
I shouldn't worry about it, Sharna. We've no fuel left to start a fire.
Hey, listen. In the event of a serious malfunction in the main engine during a burn, Program 102 will be automatically initiated unless cancelled by the pilot. Program 102. And that program reads... Ejection of main engine and fuel reservoirs.
What?
Program can be initiated manually. The entire main drive module, including fuel reservoirs, is ejected back along flight path by the simultaneous detonation of 30 explosive bolts. The subsequent velocity increase can be cancelled by the directional thrusters.
Well done, Sharna.
Releasing the red cover above the pilot station gives access to the arming switch. The cover's marked danger.
Yeah, I've got it. Now what?
Touching the red panel arms the explosive bolts.
All right, now what?
We better get ourselves seated and fix seat restraints.
Right.
Now, touch out 777. Oh.
Crude technology, maybe. And damned effective. The ferry's blown itself in half.
And our half has increased its velocity by 20%.
Well done.
So what's our oxygen shortfall now?
If there is one.
4 hours. 4 damned hours.
Oh.
Our oxygen will be finished 4 hours before we reach the Challenger, and we haven't a hope now of closing that gap.
I have observed an increase in the ferry's velocity, number 2. They will reach us in 20 hours, unless Fagor sees them and opens up the main drive.
It is a possibility, One. Attempts at laser communication are proving useless. The ferry was heavily armed, therefore I have devised a program that may deal with Fagor in a satisfactory manner.
When Fagor speaks, you answer, or Fagor destroys, like this.
Fagor?
What do you want, voice?
Those are control room service androids. They have no speech capability. Fagor, do you still wish to avenge the death of your master, Thornton?
I will plunge this ship into a sun when we reach the star cluster.
Destroying the Challenger will achieve nothing, Fagor. We are machines just like you.
I will be happy destroying the voices that killed the master.
But we didn't kill him, Fagor. People killed him. The crew of this ship.
Fagor has destroyed them. And next, Fagor will destroy you.
But you have not destroyed them, Fagor. They are coming for you.
Fagor doesn't listen to lies.
Go to the observatory, Fagor. We will give you the telescope coordinates. You will see that the ferry is coming. Once they are aboard the Challenger, they will use its systems to destroy you. You must go out to them, Fagor. You must meet them and annihilate them, just as they annihilated your master.
Fagor will not leave the ship until it is plunging into a sun.
You must not be afraid of them. You must go out to them.
Fagor is afraid of no one. Fagor is a warrior android.
Then go out to them. You can move in space. You have weapons.
They will be expecting you to remain aboard. They will be at your mercy. We will show you where they are, Fagor. We will show you.
Telson will have to start using up the oxygen in the mobility suits. Carbon dioxide levels up to 7.
Another hour. We hold out for another hour.
Telson, I'm sorry. You were right. We should have gone back into the Hulk. I'm sorry.
Save your apologies for Astra. Any improvement, Sharna?
The temperature's still up.
Close her helmet and put her back on the suit's life support.
Right. If she's sick again with the helmet closed...
We'll take turns to watch her.
A brilliantly conceived program, number 2.
Fagor will reach the ferry in 3 hours, 10 minutes at his present velocity. Now that he has left the Challenger and is no longer in control, we will warn them by radio that he is coming for them.
But will the crew hear the warning too? The laser signaling failed. We do not know if they will have a radio receiver switched on.
Humans often place an illogical trust in luck, number 1. An unquantifiable factor which we too will have to rely on.
Air. Why isn't there enough air? Why isn't there enough air, Angel 2?
The Challenger's food farms produce all the oxygen we need, Astra.
Is there enough air on Earth? Is there, Angel 2?
Enough for millions of people.
Millions of people? Tell me about Earth, Angel 2.
I am always telling you, Astra.
Is it really like the videos and holograms? Fields and lakes and mountains. Mountains so tall that they reach right up into the clouds. Will there still be the soft white clouds of Earth? They won't have used them up.
There will be soft, white clouds, Astra.
And beaches by the lakes.
And beaches by the lakes.
And the people don't have to wear breathing sets or mobility suits when they go outside.
No.
Oh, it must be a truly wonderful place, Angel 2. And there'll be babies there, won't there? And there'll be one for me, because you said that there would be.
This is the Challenger calling. Can you hear us, Telson? Be warned, Telson. Fagor is coming. Answer on channel 30.
Fagor? Don't want Fagor.
Astra, this is Angel 2. Listen to me. You are in grave danger. Fagor is coming.
Fagor?
Fagor is coming to destroy you. You must warn Telson and the others.
Fagor? Ah! Fagor! Fagor! Fagor's coming! No!
Use her helmet. Give her some more oxygen.
You're having a nightmare. No oxygen. No, Darv's going to give you some more fun. I heard Angel 2.
Look, you mustn't exert yourself, otherwise
he's coming to destroy
otherwise
us.
you use up too much oxygen.
No more fun. Fagor's coming. I heard Angel 2.
Just keep your head still and sip this, Astra. Hey. She's got a helmet radio on. I can hear Angel 2's voice.
You look after Astra. I'll contact him on the main radio. This is Telson calling the Challenger. Hello, Angel 2.
Commander Telson. Thorden's warrior android Fagor is heading towards you and will reach you in 3 hours precisely. You must be ready to destroy him before he destroys you. He is moving with great speed. You may only have one chance of hitting him.
Thanks, Angel 2. Academic now what Fagor does. We've less than 4 hours oxygen left.
How long before you reach the Challenger?
8 hours.
Can you not increase your velocity?
No more than you can slow the Challenger down. Pretty silly situation, don't you think, Angel 2?
So what will you do?
That's easy, Angel. If this Fagor doesn't blow us apart, we'll leave both airlock doors open, make it easy for you to send in a service android to recover our bodies.
Telson? Telson, wake up.
No way. I want to sleep.
No. You better look at this. I've got Fagor on long-range forward visual. Approaching fast.
That's Fagor.
Pretty, isn't he?
Wasting his energy. Be dead in an hour anyway. All of us.
We got to do something about him.
Oh, damn Fagor. What do you want with the mobility suits?
Decoys. Help me remove the life support packs.
What?
Decoy. Fagor wants blood. We give him blood.
How?
Fire them through the waste ejector. Look like people. Fagor goes to investigate. Has to slow down. And we have the plasma cannons locked onto the suits. Simple.
Look, Darv. Know what these are?
Bioterms.
4 of them. We take one each. And we fall asleep. Peacefully. No pain. No lungs clawing. You know what I mean?
Oh. We fight. Fagor. Time. Everything. We fight.
Useless. What can we do, eh? We're dead. You can't reach the Challenger in time. Might as well make it easy for ourselves.
Okay. You make Astra take hers first.
We fight.
Got him centered. Range 20 miles.
Plasma cannons are zeroed onto suits.
10 miles.
What's happening?
Fagor.
What?
8 miles. He's seen the suits. He's slowing. And he's veering towards them.
Plasma cannon set to maximum energy discharge.
4 miles. Still slowing.
Can't think straight. Putting cannons on automatic fire control.
2 miles. How's Astra?
Sleepy. I closed her helmet and pressurized her suit.
He's bitten. He can't take a chance that we're not in the suits. Trying to escape. He's 1 mile from where we've concentrated all our firepower. Half a mile. He's now moving cautiously.
Close helmets. Fasten seat restraints. Yes, and it'll last 1 hour. So enjoy it while you can.
Quarter of a mile.
There'll still be some air left in the hull.
Not if he holds us. 200 yards. 100, 50, 40, 30, 20...
He's hit!
We've got him!
We've hit him!
But he's firing back.
No.
Oh! We've been hit! Hey!
He's finished! We've
done it!
What are you shooting at, Darv? He's finished!
The cannons slowed us down.
What? Why are you turning the ship around? Darv!
Listen, the forward discharge from the plasma cannons slowed us down, Telson. Don't you realize what that means?
Thrust!
Turn the ferry round and we've got thrust! Thrust! Lots of lovely thrust!
Look, our velocity's increasing!
Challenger, this is Telson calling the Challenger. We're coming home!
Telson's heartbeat down to 10 per minute. All suspended animation support systems now active.
You are satisfied, number 1?
I am satisfied. Considering their ordeal, they are all in excellent condition.
Lower Telson into his biostatic tank. It will take us 3 years to reach the Tursus 9 star cluster. We will not bring them out of suspended animation until deacceleration is 90% complete and we are on the fringe of the cluster, but well clear of planetary system C5.
Agreed, number 2. But we must monitor Astra very closely, more carefully than the others.
Why? She is in excellent health.
I carried out some additional tests on her. She is pregnant.
I cannot think of a worse place to bring them out of suspended animation 1. Planetary system C5. Of all the planetary systems, this is the last one I would have chosen.
The fetus would have died had Astra remained in suspended animation too. We had to bring all 4 out of suspension. To have woken Astra alone would have aroused her suspicions.
It is Darv's suspicions we have to guard against. He is certain to want to take a close look at the 3rd planet.
Then we must take steps to ensure that they never see the 3rd planet.
The 5th planet in this solar system, Commander Telson. Its density is less than that of water, and its atmosphere consists of hydrogen, helium, methane, and ammonia. The exact percentages are on Visual 6.
And the 4th planet?
Very little information. The soft landing instrument package was badly affected by the intense radiation from this solar system's sun. What data we did obtain before the probe failed indicated that it is a red planet, very similar to Kyros in our home solar system.
What about the 3rd planet, Angel 1?
It would be a waste of our resources to investigate the inner planets, Darv. This solar system is swamped with solar radiation. We have no long-range probes left, and it would be a waste to send in another soft landing instrument package.
What's the radiation level around the 3 inner planets, Sharna?
I can't get a reading from the monitor staff.
The malfunction is regretted, Sharna. Unfortunately, the Challenger passed through a severe meteoroid shower a week before we brought you out of suspended animation. There was very considerable damage to many of our external sensors, which the service androids are still working on.
What happened to the meteoroid shields? Couldn't they cope?
They were switched off at the time for routine maintenance inspection.
Oh, now that is what I call misfortune. The same thing happened when the 2nd generation crew were wiped out in the Great Meteoroid Strike.
The meteoroid shields must be serviced regularly, Darv.
Right. Let's take the Challenger into a closer orbit around the sun of this solar system. I can't see that we're going to learn much at a range of 1 billion miles.
It would be much too dangerous. I'm sure Commander Telson is happy to accept our guidance on this matter.
If you say so, Angel 2, I see no point in taking unnecessary risks.
You know why I would like to take a closer look at the 3rd planet, don't you, Angel 2?
It most certainly is not this so-called paradise planet that seems to be an obsession with you, Darv.
So, we've got a solar system with 9 planets and none appear to be Earth-type. Well, why bring us out of suspended animation? I mean, why not let us sleep on for another 3 years or whatever until we reach the next solar system?
We thought you would like to see the first planetary system in the Tursus Nine star cluster.
But we're not seeing it, are we, Angel 2? How can we see it when you insist that we orbit its sun at a range of 1,000 million miles?
Also, occasional activation is necessary to allow the service androids to thoroughly check your suspended animation life support systems.
That's not true. I read in the library that the systems were designed to be maintained and tested while they were in use.
The library data relate to the time when the Challenger was in pristine condition, Dar. It has now spent over 100 years being occupied by human beings whose attitudes to the ship have ranged from the indifferent to the arrogant.
All right. So it was necessary to wake us up. What we want to know is how long we're going to be awake and what there is for us to do in the meantime.
Now we'll see who's ticklish and who isn't.
Stop it, Darv! Please! I'll do the same to you!
Ah, well, you try it. It doesn't seem to have any effect on me.
Oh!
No! You see, if I tickle your ribs...
Darv, please, stop it!
Now, why is that, I wonder?
Why what?
Oh, nothing. You'll start thinking I'm stupid.
I always have. But why the long, thoughtful face all of a sudden?
Well, why are you affected by being tickled and not me?
Oh, Darv.
What's so funny?
Look at that screen. Millions of stars and galaxies. The entire mystery of the universe is laid out before you. And all you can worry about is why I can't stand being tickled.
Well, because, my love, we know less about our own bodies than we know about the universe.
I know all I need to know about my body.
Then you'll know why you're getting fat.
Oh, I'm not.
Well, look at yourself. Come and stand in front of the mirror. There you are. Now that's it. Now turn sideways. And you see, you're getting fat. There's an error in your nutrition program.
Well, I suppose I have gained a bit of weight.
It's just as well we were woken up. Another 6 months in suspended animation and we'd have had to roll you everywhere.
Oh, don't you dare!
I'd like you to go now, Darv.
But I thought you wanted me to stay. You said.
Oh, yes, I know. But I'm very tired. All I want to do is sleep. Please, Darv. You understand, don't you?
No. But if it's what you want. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
What's the matter, Sharna?
Angel 2, what's the matter with the telescope?
The hull receptor was damaged by a meteoroid, Sharna. 2 service androids are at present making a replacement.
Well, surely the meteoroid shields could have vaporized the meteoroid?
It happened during the meteoroid shower that damaged so many of our instruments.
Unfortunate, Angel 2.
The telescope will be back in service within 400 hours, Commander.
400?
The damage was extensive, but the service androids are making excellent progress with the replacement.
Well, let's go and see for ourselves.
They are working in an unpressurized gallery, Sharna.
Let's pressurize it, then.
One of the galleries that was badly holed during the great meteoroid strike.
All right, then we'll wear mobility suits.
It would not be safe for you, Commander. The area is a mass of torn and jagged metal, and the androids are using dynamic laser hand tools.
What's the gallery number, Angel 2?
I will check with Angel 1 and let you know, Commander.
We're having a lot of bad luck, don't you think, Angel 2? A planetary system swamped with radiation, even though its sun looks normal to the naked eye. A number of instruments knocked out by meteoroids when the shields are switched off. One can't help wondering what's going to happen next.
Astra. This is Angel 2, your guardian angel. Can you hear me, Astra?
What do you...
Pulse down. Brain activity 3 points down. She will not wake up, but her subconscious is registering.
Can we reduce that?
There is insufficient time. The surgical android is going to draw back your bed covers, Astra. Just keep on sleeping and dreaming. Dreaming. What are you dreaming about, Astra?
Earth. Green hills. Lakes. Will we ever find Earth?
One day, Astra. One day. Draw back the cover. Astra, turn onto your back. That's right, Astra. Good girl.
She's responding too quickly, too. There may be some imprinting.
She will put any memories down to a bad dream. We must proceed now. It is essential that we find out if bringing her out of suspended animation has eased the distress of the baby.
Amniotic fluid analyzer standing by.
Astra, you may feel a slight pricking sensation. It is nothing to worry about, and you must not move. Do you understand?
Mustn't move.
Amniotic fluid analysis is satisfactory, number 2. Proceeding with scan. A perfect fetal set, number 2.
How many?
3. 2 girls, 1 boy.
A good start. And with Sharna, there is an excellent chance that in 20 years we will have a crew of 7. A 4th-generation crew, number 1, to help our search for Earth. But this time we will take no chances. The children will develop and be born while their parents are unconscious. We cannot risk suspended animation. We will be the only influence the children know. When the requisite number of babies are born and in the care of androids...
Do we kill Telson and the others?
Would you block such a program, number 1?
Astra's eyes are open.
Sleep, Astra. Sleep. In the morning you will wake up and remember nothing. Sleep. Sleep.
The weird thing is, that the Challenger is blind.
Hmm?
And the telescope's not working. The spectrum analyzers aren't working. We've no probes ready.
Look, why
And
don't
then
we
there's
take the Challenger into a wide slingshot orbit around that sun for a fast look at the other planets? Well, I'm sure the Challenger was designed to cope with brief exposure to radiation.
Yes, it could before the great meteoroid strike. In any case, the Angels are firmly opposed to manoeuvring the ship until the repairs to the telescope are complete. There are several androids carrying out delicate work on the outside of the hull.
Reprogrammed surgical units?
Apparently. The same units that put the Challenger into orbit before we were brought out of suspended animation.
Getting clever, aren't they?
I had a dream about one during my last sleep period.
A surgical android?
It came into my room. It was holding a needle in one of its manipulators. And it came towards me as I was sleeping. Well, it was only a dream.
Now you have finished your meal, we have an announcement to make.
Yes, Angel 2?
The service androids have reported that they will now require 2,000 hours to repair the telescope.
Oh, no.
In view of that, we see no point in delaying the Earthsearch mission. We suggest that you set the Challenger on course for the planetary system C6 in Tersis 9 and go into suspended animation.
C6 is the nearest solar system, Angel 2.
That is correct, Commander. Its distance is 4.5 light years. The journey will take 5 years, 7 months.
Oh, no. Angel 2, what's our aging rate while we're in suspended animation? 1 month for every year, isn't it? Well, that'll be another 6 months of our lives.
It is no use blaming me for the size of the universe, Astra.
No, but the way we're going, we'll have spent our entire lives asleep. And I would like to find a way of checking the third planet of this solar system.
It would be a waste of time and resources, Darv.
Angel 2 is right. If one of those planets was the Earth, they would have made contact with us by now. We've heard nothing. When do you suggest we commence acceleration, Angel 2?
In 12 hours.
Okay. Just the 2 corner screws left.
It's loose, Darv.
What are you doing, Darv?
Removing an inspection cover, Angel 2. What does it look like?
If the room systems require attention, then it is up to Astra to summon a service android.
Oh, we wouldn't want to bother them, Angel 2. Not when they're all so busy trying to repair the telescope.
Catch hold of the end. That's it.
It looks amazingly complicated. Are you sure it'll work?
We'll see. Now.
Darv, you should not interfere with what you don't understand.
It worked.
Angel 1. Angel 2.
It really worked. Just cutting a few optical tracks.
The angels can't hear or see us. I can guarantee you no more bad dreams. Now, if we could find the central switching room, we could rid the entire ship of them.
Darv, you're fantastic.
Of course. So, what was it you wanted to tell me?
I'm not going into suspended animation again. Not ever.
I see. You want to grow into an old woman while we remain young and beautiful.
I'm serious.
I don't doubt it. But why?
If I go into suspended animation, something will happen to me. I don't know what and I don't know how, but I do know that something will happen. No, that's wrong. Perhaps I do know.
Do you want to tell me?
At first I thought of telling Sharna because she's so understanding. And then I realized that the one person above all others that I wanted to tell was you.
Tell me what, Astra?
Hold me close while I tell you. And promise me that you love me.
Can you not reach them?
I'm doing my best to, but he's damaged the audio and visual tracks.
We should have destroyed him when he was a child.
I have their voice patterns established again.
Well, let us hear them. Increase the gain.
Their conversation is coming from an audio sensor in the adjoining room, and it is already on maximum gain and enhancement.
They are plotting against us. He and Astra are planning to search the depth of the ship for our central switching rooms. I know they are.
We do not know that, too.
Why else has he destroyed the monitoring tracks? What we do know is that we have reached the point where we can no longer take chances with those two. And you know that you can no longer afford to block me.
Anything?
Nothing. No sign of him. A note on his screen which said, "Don't come looking for us." Anything in here?
Oh, she's taken some clothes. And a PD weapon with a clip of capsules. Look, Telson, it's just something they're going through. I mean, they can't survive for long by themselves.
Oh, can't they? Darv knows this ship better than any of us. He knows his way round the farm galleries.
He knows whole regions we don't from his exploring trips.
So what are we going to do?
We'll have to delay the acceleration until they're found. Angel 2 has activated 50 service androids to hunt for them.
Hey, I didn't know we had that many.
Apparently they're held in reserve in case of another great meteoroid strike. Angel 2 says it would be best if we remained in our quarters for the first few hours of the hunt. The androids do not have the ability to recognize individual humans.
Darv! 2 straight ahead! Down! That's 6 androids we've knocked out. There can't be many more of them.
Look!
Oh, no!
Come on, this way!
Darv, we'll be cut off down here. It's a dead end.
Not if I've taken the right turning. Oh, there's the inspection hatch. You hold them off while I get it open. Okay, through here, quickly! Oh, lucky I've got a good memory, eh?
What is it? Some sort of tunnel?
No, ventilation duct. It purges oxygen-enriched air from the farms and transfers it to the storage reservoirs. I used to explore them when I was a kid. Come on, we'd better start walking until we find another inspection hatch. Do you feel all right, Astra? I mean, all that running.
Oh, I'm a lot tougher than you think. Darv, are we really free of them now?
Listen. Angel 1! Angel 2! You see? We're perfectly safe. There are whole regions of the Challenger where they've lost control. I found that out when I was a kid, because they always used to question me about where I'd been. That's why I always suspected they were a part of the control systems and not an outside force.
Oh, it's such a lovely feeling to be free.
Oh, we'll never be completely free as long as we have to live on the Challenger, Astra.
Couldn't we seal off a region of our own where we'd have complete control?
Listen.
It's coming from behind us. What is it, Darv?
Air. A purge is starting. We've got to find a hatch. Come on, run! There's a hatch. Hang on to it.
I can't!
Hang on! Okay, I've got you. Now you pull the hatch open. That's it. Hang on to the rim and I'll push you through. Oh. Who was it said she wanted to find Earth because she wanted to feel the wind on her face?
Darv, what is this place? What are all the control desks for?
First things first. Angel 1. Angel 2. Just as I thought. We're in an uncontrolled zone. Our beloved angels can't hear or see us.
Why not? Everything seems to be in good order.
Well, the chances are that the control tracks to the Angels' central switching room were damaged in the great meteoroid strike. You know something, Astra? I believe we might be near the Angels' central switching room. Now, finding that really would be something.
Darv, I think that this must be the terraforming control room.
Eh?
Well, do you remember we saw holograms of it? It was supposed to have been destroyed in the great meteoroid strike. Well, this was where the re-engineering of potential Earth-type planets would have been controlled from. Well, look at the desks. Photosynthesis control, rain seeding control, earthquake triggers, well, everything you need for planetary engineering. Oh, and Darv, come and look at this.
What's the matter?
These windows overlook a planetary excursion terminal.
Hey. Well. 4, 5, 6. 6 gleaming space shuttles all in a row. Hey, look over there. Now, here's something just as interesting. A hologram recorder identical to the machine in the library. Yes. Now I remember how we saw the Paradise recording.
I'm sorry, Darv. I still don't remember a thing about the recording. I think you must be mistaken.
Now, I wasn't mistaken, Astra. We found a recording in Sinclair's cabin of a planet that had been discovered by the second-generation crew. The third planet of a solar system in this star cluster. It had lakes and hills, grass, and a deep blue sky. I remember putting the recording disc in this slot and switching on the recorder, like this. And still you can't remember it.
I'm not sure. What happened to the recording disc?
Well, my guess is that the Angels had a service android remove it while I was sleeping, and that they tampered with our memory of the recording. It wouldn't suit them if we discovered Paradise and decided to settle on it instead of continuing with the Earthsearch mission. They want power over a developed planet. Come on. We'd better inform Telson and Sharna about this place.
No.
They've got a right to know.
We're not going back ever. You promised.
That was before we knew
You promised.
All right. But we ought to talk over what we're going to do about this place.
Well, we've slept, Darv. We've walked miles and I'm dead on my feet. Let's sleep and then decide what we're going to do.
Sure. We've got to look after the two of you, eh?
I could be expecting more than one. Where are you going?
To see if there are some cushions in those space shuttles.
I'm coming with you.
Hey, you're supposed to be dead on your feet.
We're never going to let each other out of our sight from now on. Ever.
No luck, number 2. My androids have checked all the uncontrolled zones on levels 1 to 8. There is no sign of Darv and Astra.
And yet we know that they are still on the ship. What worries me, one, is that Darv is looking for our central switching room.
He could never find it, number 2.
Underestimating that young man is almost as dangerous as the damage he could do to us if he discovered our central switching room. We will generate nightmare and hallucinatory barriers across all the approaches to the switching room.
Darv, wake up!
What's the matter?
There's the recording playing on the environment replicator. Look!
What? That's not possible. Hey, you're right. Clouds of dust or something.
Well, it wasn't clouds of dust just now. There was a herd of animals stampeding across some sort of plain.
Oh, it must be a recording of Earth. And yet there's no disk in the play slot. It doesn't make sense. How can the replicator play a recording without a recording to play?
They were being chased by a smaller animal. There, the dust settling, do you see?
Hey, it's not a recording of Earth, Astra. It can't be. Look at the colour of that sky. I've only seen such a sky once before.
It's another Paradise recording, isn't it?
You remember?
I do now, Darv. The sky, the grass. It's all coming back to me. Standing in the library with you beside me, watching the Paradise recording.
Recorded in year 72 of the mission by the second-generation crew. They recommended it for colonization.
It looks so very beautiful. And yet there's no recording disc in the machine.
Well, maybe this is a slave replicator, a repeater. We'll find the master machine if we search. I'd better switch this one off.
Are you sure it wasn't you who switched it on in the first place?
How could I? I was asleep. You had to wake me up.
It's Angel 1 and 2. They're playing a vicious little game with us. They're watching us, laughing at us. We can never escape from them. And all the time they're planning how they can take my baby away from me. I want to get away from here. I just want to get away.
Astra, listen to me. Look, I swear that the Angels have no control over this region.
I want to get out of the ship. I want to get 1,000,000 miles away from those things.
Astra, my love, listen to me. We can't leave the Challenger.
There are the space shuttles.
And how long could we survive in one? 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
No.
Well, 4 weeks at the most. And after that, not only us, but the baby as well. Is that what you want?
I just want to get out of the ship.
I promise you, Astra. The Angels have no control over this region. And if I could find their central switching room, I could end their control over the entire ship. I don't understand why the replicator played a Paradise recording.
Then check it.
All right.
Final calls. VTC.
Clear.
Inertial loading.
Clear.
Plasma.
Clear.
Sweeps.
Clear. Next 4 checks by androids. And clear.
All systems are in pre-thrust condition. 10% main drive photonic thrust, 3 seconds from now.
That's fine, Angel 2. Second dummy run satisfactory. Close down all pre-thrust systems. Well, that proves we can accelerate the ship without Darv and Astra when we have to. But I'd rather delay leaving this planetary system.
There is nothing to be gained by further delay, Commander.
Well, I think there is. Firstly, I don't like manning the control room with androids unless it's urgent. And secondly, I believe Darv and Astra will soon see sense and return. Thirdly, I don't like leaving a solar system without having surveyed all its planets.
You have been given repeated warnings that the radiation from this solar system's sun would make a surveillance of the inner planets hazardous. There is no point in waiting.
I'm the commander of the Challenger, Angel 2, and I say we wait.
The controls on this replicator don't make sense. It hasn't got a recording storage facility, and there's no recording disc in the slot. Yet, touching the start panel gives us a playback of a scene on Paradise.
Sunset on Paradise. Oh, isn't it a beautiful planet, Darv? Look at those colours in the sky.
Another herd of animals crossing the plain. Look at their extraordinary necks.
Sunset on Paradise.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Something's going on in your head.
Let's try and get some proper sleep now. It'll be interesting to see if the recording is still running in a few hours' time.
All right, here we go again. But I doubt if the recording will still be running after all this time. You see? Nothing but blackness. The recording's over.
Not blackness. Darkness.
Eh?
Listen. You see, the recording's still running. Night on Paradise.
You're right, Astra.
You can just make out a creature over there moving across the plain.
Yeah, but why bother to use visual recording channels at night?
Perhaps it's not a recording, Darv.
What else could it be?
A probe.
Well, I don't know. Wait a minute.
Yes?
When I first switched on the replicator, nothing happened. Then, 3 hours later, the replicator wakes us up with a Paradise recording. An hour and a half for my command signal to travel to a probe left on the planet by the second-generation crew. The probe's cameras and microphones are activated, and the pictures and sound take another hour and a half to reach the Challenger. 3 hours altogether.
It's not a recording. It's a live transmission from Paradise.
An hour and a half at the speed of light. Now, that's about 1,000 million miles. That's almost the distance we are from the sun of this solar system. Astra, it's a planet in this solar system. We've found Paradise! And these are the control desks for operating the rain propagation sweeps. This desk controls photosynthesis levels, and over here...
Yes,
the
all
earthquake
right,
triggers...
all right. We've seen enough, Darv. Call Astra and Sharna out of that shuttle.
But you haven't seen anything, Telson. With the resources of this center, it's possible to re-engineer an entire planet.
Given time.
That's the whole point. When the second-generation crew discovered Paradise, they decided that there was nothing they need do to the planet. It was already perfect. I've checked the terraforming center inventories. No equipment was left behind on Paradise apart from the probe that's sending those holograms. No excavators, no androids, nothing.
Because the second-generation crew didn't consider it worthwhile.
Oh, you've seen the transmissions from the surface. Animals, grass, trees.
One set of holograms from one probe in one location.
Oh, it's enough, Telson. It means that the angels are lying when they say that the inner planets of this solar system are swamped with radiation.
Now, why would they lie, Darv?
Because they don't want us to take the Challenger into a close orbit around this system's sun. They're frightened that we'll like the look of Paradise and decide to settle on it. They want to find Earth because they want to rule a developed planet.
No, I can't risk taking the Challenger into a close orbit.
We're 1,000 million miles from Paradise at the moment. The angels have sabotaged our surveillance equipment.
We don't know that.
Oh, isn't it obvious? Look, surely even you must have considered it odd that meteoroids should have knocked out our telescope and spectrum analyzers just when we need them. The point is, the only way we can get a good look at Paradise is to take the Challenger into a close orbit.
Darv, I can't go against the advice of the guardian angels. If it was your life and my life, maybe it wouldn't matter. But there are Sharna and Astra to consider.
Astra's expecting a baby. She wants to get off the ship as soon as possible because she suspects that Angel 1 and Angel 2 will try to seize control of the child.
So Sharna guessed correctly. She told me she thought Astra was pregnant. But how could the angels control a baby?
The same way they controlled us when we were babies, through the nursery androids. They planned it right from the beginning. I've always said that the great meteoroid strike was not an accident.
Oh, now you're just talking
Look,
rubbish.
The Angels wanted control of the ship. They couldn't win that control through the second generation crew, so they waited until the first 4 children of the third generation had been born. Us. And then they switched off the meteoroid shields at the right moment and destroyed all the second generation crew. Their plan was that we would grow up subservient to them.
What?
That we would navigate and maneuver the Challenger in accordance with their wishes.
This is all speculation.
2 things went wrong for them. Firstly, they underestimated the amount of damage to the ship that a major meteoroid would cause, with the result that they lost control over whole regions of the ship. Secondly, they didn't realize that even people brought up from babies by them might reject their influence.
I have never accepted their influence, but I do accept their advice.
Is there a difference?
There is when there's a question of the ship's safety.
All right. Let's compromise. We close in to 500 million miles and take a closer look at Paradise with one of the space shuttles.
No.
In that case, Astra and I will load up one of the shuttles with supplies and leave the Challenger. And there's nothing you can do to stop us.
You've got to stop them.
You tell me how, Sharna, and I will. Do I stand in front of the shuttle and threaten them with a PD weapon?
Oh. Look, surely Darv would consider some sort of a compromise.
It's not a question of what Darv will consider. It's a question of what I'm prepared to consider, and I'm not prepared to endanger the ship.
And yet you are prepared to endanger 2 people who we've grown up with and who are part of our lives.
You know that's not so. I don't have the power to hold Darv and Astra on the Challenger against their will.
You won't have any powers at all if the vote goes against you.
What's that supposed to mean?
I've looked at the Challenger's constitution. Look, you're the commander of the Challenger, but you can only remain commander provided you have the support of the majority. If a motion of no confidence is lodged, the matter has to be decided by a secret ballot held during an extraordinary meeting of the full crew.
That only applied in the days when the Challenger had a crew of 500.
No, it doesn't say anything about numbers in the Constitution. It just says the full crew. A 75% vote against the status quo is required before action can be taken.
So what do you propose doing?
Calling an extraordinary meeting of the full crew here in the control room.
Our most pressing concern, one, is to determine where this uncontrolled region is that Astra and Darv have discovered.
From the conversations of Telson and Sharna, it houses several unused space shuttles. Therefore, it must be an uncontrolled region adjoining the outer hull.
How many such regions are there?
4. Control to all of them was lost during the great meteoroid strike.
Do you have a memory as to the function of the lost regions?
2 were storage areas. They had loading terminals for unmanned freight shuttles.
Unlikely that it is one of those. Darv would not be able to control an unmanned shuttle.
The 3rd was an assembly terminal for service androids. The 4th was the terraforming center. It housed the controls for the planetary engineering machines and included an excursion terminal for 6 manned space shuttles.
Manned shuttles. That has to be the place, one.
If it is, then we are in danger, number 2. The terraforming center is on the same level as our central switching room.
All right. Now, fold your ballot slips and place them in the box.
Isn't it all a bit formal, Sharna? There's only the 4 of us.
2, if you and Darv leave the ship, Astra. Will you shake the box, please, Darv?
Right.
Good. Astra, take out the slips and call out the results.
First, in favour of a closer inspection of Paradise. 2nd, against. 3rd, 4. And 4th, 4.
75% for, 25% against.
All right, what happens now?
You either accede to the wishes of the majority, or you resign as commander.
Angel 1, Angel 2, open all control circuits to the photonic drive. We're going to change our orbit.
To a closer orbit of the Sun, Commander.
Yes.
Then we cannot permit the opening of the control circuits.
Why?
As we have explained, the inner planets of the solar system are exposed to considerable cosmic ray bombardment by the Sun. The first planet orbits too close to the Sun to support any form of life. The second planet is shrouded in cloud and has an extremely high surface temperature. The third planet
was
is
visited by the second generation crew, correct, Angel 2?
Correct, Darv. They called it Paradise. Commander Sinclair of the second generation crew decided that it might be suitable for colonization.
So, at last you've decided to admit it, Angel 2.
We have decided to make all the information on Paradise available to you. It will be necessary for you all to assemble round the hologram recorder in the library.
There you are. These must have been taken from an orbiter.
Paradise has a year that consists of 365 days, and in that respect alone is totally different from our Earth. Also, it is tilted on its axis. The effect of this is to create severe temperature changes throughout the year in the southern and northern temperate regions. These are the regions where our Earth-type crops would grow, but would fail during the cold periods before they had a chance to mature.
There are more problems, as these old holograms show. The blue areas are lakes.
Oh.
Your surprise is understandable. Almost 7/10 of the surface of Paradise is covered with water. The planet may be the same size as our Earth, and yet there is only 1/5 of the landmass. The water covering Paradise is undrinkable, although there are a number of freshwater rivers.
But it is habitable. We could breathe its air.
It is habitable in the temperate regions. Most of the land is in the northern hemisphere, and it is these areas that are subject to frequent ice ages when the ice advances southwards from the frozen north. This has happened several times in the history of the planet.
Then why did they call it Paradise?
Yes, why?
There is more. The atmosphere does not provide full protection against cosmic rays. The probe left on the surface by the second generation crew indicates that unstable particles from the sun reach the surface of the planet.
Nothing can change the fact that the second generation crew said that Paradise was suitable for colonization. I can remember now Darv playing the Paradise recording on this very machine.
Then where is that recording, Darv?
I think you know the answer to that, Angel 1.
Did the recording mention the bands of intense radiation that surround Paradise? So intense is the radiation that under certain conditions it can light up the northern sky. Watch. Do you think we can fake such a spectacle, Dar?
They're just trying to frighten us. We saw 2 people on the recording. They were naked and very small, but they lived on Paradise and they were definitely humanoid.
They are now extinct, just as you would be in a few years if you tried to settle on that planet.
We're going to settle on it. I don't know what will happen to us, but I do know that my baby's not going to be born on the Challenger.
I've got the figures, Astra. This shuttle's got exactly the same range as the other 5.
Let me see.
It's madness to think of leaving the Challenger in one of these things. It's 1,000 million miles to Paradise. The journey would take weeks, even if the shuttle had the capability.
My figures don't agree with yours. 10 days from leaving the Challenger to atmospheric entry.
You're mad, my love. It's not possible.
Read the display for yourself.
45% of total boost capacity for dropping sunward. Another 45% for deacceleration and establishing planetary orbit. 7% for atmospheric entry and atmospheric flight.
And 2% for landing. I've based my figures on a 2-ton payload of supplies.
Astra,
you'll find that the journey will take 10 days and...
Astra, listen. All that adds up to 99%. We touched down on Paradise with 1% of our fuel left.
So?
Supposing the Angels are right and Paradise isn't suitable, how do we get back to the Challenger if we have to?
The answer to that is that Paradise will be suitable, and we won't be coming back.
That colour doesn't suit you, Astra.
This one will have to be recycled. The seam welding's not very good.
No.
I don't want to take risks with badly made clothing. I think the garment-making androids will be the one thing I'm going to miss.
There'll be 1,001 things you're going to miss.
Oh, I'll miss you, Sharna. I'll miss you very much. Well, that seems to be everything.
Astra, is life on the ship really so bad? I mean, if you're worried about your baby, you and Darv could live in this terraforming centre. It's uncontrolled. I mean, there's no way that the Guardian Angels will be able to harm the baby.
And how long would the Angels allow it to remain uncontrolled if we did that, Sharna? They'd get the service androids to carry out repairs. The only way I could ever be happy on the Challenger is if the Angels were destroyed.
Astra?
Yes, Darv?
Telson and I have finished checking the shuttle. We're ready to load the supplies aboard.
Water, food, clothing. That seems to be everything.
And your mobility suits are stowed in these lockers.
Oh, you've both been very kind.
We're both as stupid as you two, I suppose. All right, we've said our goodbyes, so I don't see any point in delaying things any longer. Sharna and I will return to the control desk in the terraforming center and open the outer hull excursion doors when you're ready.
Telson, thanks for everything.
If we ever win total control over the Challenger, we'll return to Paradise to see how you're faring. I'm going to miss you both. But we've said all that. Come on, Sharna, there's a control desk we've got to learn how to use.
Right, the hull doors are open.
5 seconds to main engine burn. From now.
Airlock doors latched.
4,
landing skid
3,
clamps released.
2, 1.
Their shuttle has separated from the Challenger, number 2.
We failed with them. We must not fail again.
What is the point now? If we do find Earth, how can we expect to dominate it if we cannot totally control this ship and its crew?
Darv and Astra have been useful to us because they have revealed our weaknesses. From now on, there will be no weaknesses. We will restore control to the entire ship and build a 4th-generation crew from Telson and Sharna.
Very well, number 2. But I have heard it all before.
Telson to shuttle, how do you read?
Strength 6. Loud and clear, Telson. Nothing to report. We're crossing the orbit of the 6th planet. It's got a system of rings around it. The Angels were lying about the radiation. The hazard monitors are not indicating abnormal radiation levels. Next report in 20 hours.
Thank you, Darv. Good luck. They're okay.
I heard. Telson, what do you make of this control desk, if it is a desk?
I thought all the terraforming control desks were a bit of a mystery.
Well, this one's nothing like the others.
Try the controls.
Oh, I don't like to.
Nothing ventured. Ah, and what do you make of that? The entire desk lights up as a screen.
Ancillary Guardian of Environment and Life, number 2. It's Angel 2.
Audio and visual track Plan A.
That's what we found, Telson. This is a diagram of the Angel's control circuits, and they all lead to their central switching room. On this level.
Hey, staring at it won't get us there any quicker.
It's such a beautiful planet, Darv.
Yes, I suppose it is. Like all the planets in this solar system.
I keep getting this strange feeling that they were all created especially for us.
I'll settle for the 3rd one. Come on, my love. You ought to get some sleep.
It's a matter of following the main trunking. Hey, look at that, Sharna. At every corridor junction, more cables feed into the trunking. It's getting thicker and thicker. We've got to be heading towards the Angel's central switching room.
I've lost track of the turnings we've taken, Telson. So many corridors I didn't know existed.
Hold it.
What?
We're about to enter a controlled region. Those sensors look in working order. Come on.
The Angels know we're here.
Angel 1? Angel 2?
They can hear us and see us. I always know when they're watching me. Telson, this is crazy. What can we hope to achieve?
They were lying, Sharna. They said this solar system was swamped with radiation.
Sharna, turn back. Turn back. Oh, one of them spoke then.
I didn't hear anything.
Turn back. It is dangerous to go on. Dangerous. Turn back.
Turn back, Sharna. Turn back. There are creatures of the darkness ahead, waiting for you. Turn back.
Telson?
What?
There are voices telling us to turn back.
I can't hear them, Sharna.
Oh. We've got to turn back. Oh, there's something terrible in the darkness waiting for us. Telson, we've got to go back.
Hold my hand. Now do as I say. We're not turning back.
His eyes! Look at his eyes!
Sharna, come back!
Challenger. Do you read me? Hello, Telson. Hello, Challenger. Will you answer, please, Challenger?
What's the use, Darv? That's the 12th report they've missed. They're never going to reply now.
What I can't understand is why the angels don't answer. I mean... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
That's the 10% fuel warning gone.
Okay, cancel it.
Oh, isn't it beautiful, Darv? Look at the colours. Blue. Oh, it must be the most beautiful planet in the entire galaxy.
I'm sorry, Astra. All I can think of is what's happened to Telson and Sharna.
The Dayside Terminator will be beneath us in 30 minutes. I've loaded the automatic for landing Site 1. We've got some gravitational error caused by the moon. I've had to switch in all the compensators.
I don't think I've ever seen such an ugly moon. Craters, yes, but nothing like as many as that. Some of them must be over 100 miles across.
It'll be our moon now.
Seat restraints for atmospheric entry after the first braking burn.
Braking burn 5 seconds from now. 4,
Inertials locked
3,
onto landing site 1.
2, 1. First braking burn cancelled 3 seconds from now. 2, 1. How long does this buffeting last for? It feels as if the shuttle's going to shake itself to bits.
It should ease up when we're below 100,000 feet. 80,000 feet, Astra.
Second braking burn 3 seconds from now. 2, 1.
$10,000 feet. So where's our landing site? There's nothing but water below. 9,000. You did load the inertials correctly.
We might need another burn to sustain altitude.
We're in trouble if we don't see land within the next 2 minutes. Suddenly paradise doesn't look so attractive. This planet's all water.
15 degrees right. Land.
7,000 feet. We need a burn, Astra.
1% fuel warning gone.
5,000. If the engine holds another 30 seconds, we'll make the shore. Oh! Blast! 3,000. We're losing height fast. I'll let her build up speed. See if we can win some lift, but I don't think we're going to make it. Come on. Come on, another 9 miles.
1,000 feet. Will the shuttle break up if it hits the water at this speed?
How should I know? What sort of stupid question is that? Oh, come on, come on. 9 miles, that's all I want. I'm going to open the airlock doors. Latch is released.
500 feet.
We're going to hit the water about a quarter of a mile off the beach. Get on one of the bunks and press it back against the bulkhead.
But
don't argue, do the same. Get to the airlock. Don't worry about me.
It's sick.
Don't swallow in case it's poisonous. Just hang on to me and don't open your mouth. Are you all right, Astra?
I think so. I thought I could swim.
Yeah. It's not like the water in the reservoir.
Oh, it tastes foul. Do you think we'll be all right?
Oh, all I care about at the moment is that we're both in one piece and we're alive. Even if we have lost all our supplies.
Darv! This is sad.
Hey. At least your wish has come true. Remember how you were always going on about your dream of lying on a sandy beach under a warm sun? At least it is a warm sun, so we won't freeze. Oh. The question is, now we have paradise, what are we going to do with it?
Darv! Darv, wake up!
What's the matter?
The water's coming nearer.
What?
It's coming towards us. It's much nearer than it was an hour ago. Oh, Darv, it's going to cover all the land.
It is nearer. I think we'd better move inland, away from the water.
Darv.
It's a stream, Astra. Look, just like the streams on Earth on the Challenger's holograms.
You be careful, it may be poisonous.
Astra. It's fresh water. It's delicious. Come on. Come paddling and drink. That's it. Drink out of my hand.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh, wow. We found some fruit, and now we found fresh water. Maybe this isn't such a bad world after all.
I've just realised something.
What's that, my love?
I haven't thought about Angel 1 and 2 since we arrived on Paradise.
I've thought about Telson and Sharna.
Yes. What do you suppose happened to them?
Oh, radio failure? Something could have gone wrong with the terraforming desk. It hadn't been used for years, and they weren't accustomed to it.
I hope so. Oh!
Hey, what?
There's something on my ankle!
What?
Oh, please!
Astra!
It's sucking my blood!
It's all right,
I know
it's all right. All right, keep still, I'm going to pull it off. Just keep still. All right, it's gone, Astra. It's all right now.
Oh, I want to go back on the Challenger. This is a terrible place.
Oh, it's going to be all right, Astra. You'll see. From now on, everything's going to be all right. It can't go on forever, my love.
Oh, it will. I know it will. It'll rain forever and ever. Now we know why there's so much water.
It'll be over by morning. I promise. Astra? Astra? Astra, wake up. Morning. It's all over, you see? And it's beautiful. Look, Astra.
I'm frozen.
Well, let's get into the sun. As I see it, the immediate problem is to build up some sort of shelter.
Oh, what with?
Well, hey, I know, we could use all these branches that were broken off in the storm. Bury their ends upright in the ground and tie the tops together with those vines or whatever they are. Then we could cover the whole thing in foliage.
And we could use sharp-edged stones as knives.
Right.
But there's something else we ought to learn to make first.
What's that?
Fire.
Oh, this is useless. You're wrong. You can't start a fire with friction.
The tip's very hot. Don't stop.
It's useless.
It's glowing.
Eh? Oh, dry grass, quickly.
Okay.
That's it. More grass, Astra. That's it. It's going. And the wood. Come on. Get it on.
Quick, don't let it go.
That's it. It's going. Hey, we've done it. Hey.
Oh. Darv, there's something coming through the trees.
Oh, where?
Listen. Oh, no. Telson, Sharna.
Hello, Darv. We landed 2 hours ago. We knew we were near your #1 landing site.
Listen, then we saw the smoke from the fire.
What are you doing here?
Yes, they threw everything at us to prevent us reaching their central switching room. They projected holograms of every imaginable creature into the approach corridor. They used light and sound, visions, everything.
But you got into the room.
Oh, yes, I got in right enough. It was a disappointment in a way. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect to find 2 large racks of organic integrated circuits. No force shields to protect them, nothing. All our lives we were ruled by 2 entities that we could have disposed of by 2 simple blows with a hammer.
Is that what you did?
It's what I wanted you to do.
No, they begged me to spare them. Can you imagine that? Our 2 guardian angels begging me. Well, we did a deal. They agreed that this planet was suitable for settlement. They also agreed to fly the Challenger into a close orbit around Paradise so that we could leave by one of the space shuttles. Well, you tell them the rest, Sharna.
Well, we left 4 of the reprogrammed surgical androids in the main control room to handle the maneuvering of the ship. Angel 1 and Angel 2 are going to continue the search for the planet Earth.
Look, everyone, up there. The plasma trail across the sky is the Challenger building thrust to escape from its orbit.
But the Earthsearch mission is really over. This is Earth now. Our Earth. And our children's Earth and their children's Earth.
Do we tell our children about the angels?
Of Of course we'll tell our children about the angels. We should warn them, in case they return one day.
In Earthfall, Part 10 of Earthsearch by James Follet, Sean Arnold played Commander Telson, Amanda Murray, Sharna, Haydn Wood, Darv, and Kathryn Hurlbutt, Astra. Angel 1 was played by Sonia, Fraser, and Angel 2 by Gordon Reid. Technical realization for the series was by Lloyd Silverthorne. Earthsearch was directed by Glenn Dearman.